We will open our meeting for this evening and we will entertain motions.
I move to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing the following: negotiations with ITA, employment history, and litigation.
Second.
Moved by Katie, seconded by Jill. Discussion, debate, questions? All in favor? That includes everybody who's present. Thank you very much. We'll be back shortly, good folks.
But you know, I did that. That really did.
Thank you greatly. I'm waiting to see if we have all board members present. I think we're missing one, so we're just going to give it 1 second for our last board member to join us before we resume with our board meeting. Thank you for your patience. Two short presentations before we enter into public comment. And we are very pleased to have some esteemed guests join us as part of our sustainability work. And I'll ask you to introduce yourselves, please, as we continue with our meeting. We are calling the meeting back to order. So thank you. Good to see everybody. Feel free. The table is.
We were going to introduce ourselves as we go. Here we go. Hi, I'm Sarah Brumberg. I teach at LACS and I'm a sustainability advocate. We have been working hard on a number of initiatives this year, but tonight it's not showing. But tonight we're here to share with you that one. Are you guys seeing it? Okay, I'll wait. I'll give it a sec. Oh, okay. Okay. So we're here to share with you our climate resolution statement that we're hoping that you will adopt. We're looking forward to developing a climate action plan. We've been working towards framing that this year, and we're looking to work on that next year. Whereas climate crisis is a social justice and equity issue primarily caused by human behavior, the Ithaca City School District therefore commits to taking accelerated action to reduce district greenhouse gas emissions, incorporate sustainability measures, and support climate education throughout the school community. So we've been working in this district towards these goals for a long time. In 2007, the Green Team advocacy started and was active for 15 years. Sunrise at LACS presented to the board in the spring of 2022, asking for a climate action plan, and then they had a student summit that followed. IHS GOAT presentation to the board in the spring of 2023, asking again for the climate action plan with measurable outcomes. Now we are saying, we presented this to the facilities committee last month. So some of you have been considering these ideas. So we'd like to present some information to you. Armin.
Good evening. My name is Armin Herrick. I'm a librarian at Ithaca High School. And as Sarah noted, a climate resolution and subsequent climate action plan includes a commitment to accelerate action to reduce our substantial district carbon footprint. Having studied the district energy and emissions data from last year, I'll provide some context for our nearly 4,300 metric tons of CO2 emissions from HVAC systems alone, and approximately 1,550 metric or 1,500 metric tons from our bus fleet, totaling some 5,770 metric tons of CO2. Now, what do those numbers actually mean? So let's dig in a little bit. First, before we dig in, I'm just going to say that we need to dig out. And there are different pathways that we can go to get to zero carbon emissions for our transportation and building, heating, and cooling systems. And we are advocating for an accelerated path. Okay, so now 5,770 metric tons is the equivalent of burning around 6.5 million pounds of coal, or driving a conventional car 15 million miles. We, I believe, as a district, need to own our carbon footprint and make the necessary changes in order to reduce climate impacts, which disproportionately affect vulnerable populations. So, as you can see, the national average for a school building is an Energy Star score of 67. So just like your appliances are rated, your schools are rated. And the average for ICSD schools is 41, which is far below the national average. But then we break it down further. Our scores are performing far below the national average for school buildings. The average Energy Stars, like I said, is 41. IHS had a score of 16 last year. And so aging buildings and fossil fuel-based HVAC systems are big contributors to emissions. So last year, as you can see, 9 schools scored 56 or below. Now, a climate resolution followed by a comprehensive climate action plan would engage all stakeholders. That means students, staff, administrators, and community partners in the creative project of making our district more sustainable in every single way, which goes way beyond HVAC and transportation systems alone, things like safe routes to schools and native plant restorations and things like that, solar canopies, solar farms, etc. We can lead by example and embrace a climate justice-based approach to climate action in keeping with our learning forward commitment to anti-racist and anti-marginalization practices. We won't be alone in this. Other school districts across the country have acknowledged the climate crisis and their responsibility to mitigate. Some have gone beyond, taking concrete steps. Portland, Oregon, and Ann Arbor, Michigan are great examples. And locally or regionally, for instance, Trumansburg schools are all using high efficiency heat pumps and they're building HVAC systems. Maine Endwell has their own solar farm, providing all of their electrical needs for renewable sources, just to cite a few examples. And
So hi, I'm Cindy Kramer, and I teach social studies at Boynton Middle School. So as I like to look at things historically, here's some historic data that really makes it evident by illustrating that if you look at the 800,000 year history of carbon emissions, we've all probably seen these kinds of graphs and this kind of data. It's very evident that when we began extracting and burning fossil fuels in the 1800s, showing up by the 20th century by this above 300 parts per million emissions, that we know that the causes of global warming and climate change are primarily human caused. And our climate resolution is asking to acknowledge that as a first step so that we can take on and assume responsibility for our share in the contribution to that. So to add to our data and also statements by scientists, so the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in their 6th assessment report, these are 2 excerpts from that we think are relevant to our proposing and requesting approval of a climate action resolution. The first, acknowledging that human activities are principally through emissions of greenhouse gases are unequivocally. And I remember when this first was released, that word unequivocally was a shift from the 5th assessment to the 6th. And next, to extract, what are we going to do about that? And they clearly state in their multi-page report that rapid and far-reaching transition in all sectors and systems. And as an educational institution with our focus and love and hearts on the youth and the future, we think that there's a lot we can do as a school district to at least begin by acknowledging and then figure out together as we go forward what kind of plan we want to adopt. Also, we think that it's also clear that traditionally marginalized communities across the world and also in our country are experiencing some of the most significant impacts of climate change and often are in situations with the least resources to adapt or mitigate it. And so we see that this effort of acknowledging the climate crisis is very consistent and supportive and compatible with our learning forward in our equity focus as a district. We also think looking at youth, this is a representative study of 10,000 youth across the world that in 2021 were surveyed. This particular set of data focuses on their fears about climate change, their worry about that. And we hear and listen to comments by students when we teach and learn about this in our classes. So here's some comments from Boynton students in a survey that I conducted. And one part of the survey was just open-ended comments. Any questions you want to ask or comments that you want to make? I selected ones that I think really point to them, the students saying, what are we doing about climate change? It would be so exciting to be able to tell our students before the end of this school year that our district has adopted a climate resolution. It would give them incredible hope and excitement to be part of the work and to part of developing a future climate action plan. And now I'd like to introduce some of the students who are going to share some of their thoughts.
Hello, my name is Ace Dufresne, and I am a sophomore at Ithaca High School. I am a member of COG, which is the Student and Staff Climate Action Working Group here at IHS. I have been since the beginning of this year, and I am also the leader of Sunrise Ithaca, which is another youth-led climate organization here in Ithaca. And this entire year, we've been having conversations with students and community members about what it would look like to become a sustainable district. And in this very room in March, we held a Social Justice Week presentation to 150 students. And we asked them at the end of our presentation to write letters to the board about climate policy and about a climate action plan. So my peers will make all the arguments that I'd want to make. So I'm going to use this time to quote some of the things that were said. And this is a very small portion of all the notes that we've received. One anonymous student writes, although steps have been taken toward a more sustainable future for the district, a climate action plan will be a much more efficient way to solve climate change issues. Nora Greenspan, a freshman, says, I, as well as the entire student body, hope that the district implements a climate action plan immediately. We deserve a world that we can thrive in. Miles from grade 9 says that he is a supporter of climate change. He writes, I'm diabetic, and climate change would greatly affect the manufacturing and transportation of diabetic supplies. An anonymous student writes, knowing that we are the last generation with the ability to stop climate change before it's too late adds a sense of urgency. Leah from 10th grade writes, I would like my children to be able to live in a world that is healthy to live in. Noah from 10th grade writes, I think it's very important what you guys are doing for our future. Anya from grade 9 writes, as youth, we will be most impacted by this issue. So as a school district whose job it is to support young people, it is so important to take action. Michael from 11th grade says, I kind of like the planet I live on. All I have to demand is a plan. Owen writes, "It's so discouraging because it feels like nothing is being done. But I'm very thankful for everything that you have been doing already." And lastly, and I don't mean to end on a depressing note, but to encompass the full range of responses that we've received from the student body, it's important to include this last one. This last one is, "I believe that we are fundamentally doomed to die." And that encompasses the wide range of responses that we have received from the student body. They range from hope, they range from demands for change, and they range from complete doom. And we all, as students, would like to see the district take initiative on climate policy and give us something to be hopeful about and something to look forward to in our futures and something to be proud of and involved in. And that's why I'm here advocating for a climate action resolution. Thank you so much. I will hand it over to Willow.
Okay. Hi, I'm Willow. I'm a senior at IHS. I'm also a part of COG, and I was part of the planning team for the Climate Action Expo, which was earlier this year. Enacting a climate action plan that includes a climate education curriculum is not only an ecological solution, but a measure taken for the improvement of student mental health. Knowledge is the key to security. By equipping ICSD students with a comprehensive understanding of the climate crisis and the tools they have to combat it, we can significantly reduce the number of students experiencing eco-anxiety. In studies done both globally and nationally, it is a common thread that over half of young adults report being greatly worried about climate change. A culture of climate pessimism contributes to this kind of widespread anxiety, but the ICSD school board can take on this issue and resolve it locally by providing their students with a sense of ability and preparedness. A curriculum centered in climate literacy and connectedness to nature encourages students to engage positively in their communities, strengthening the city of Ithaca itself. We constantly push our students to make change and have an impact. We must extend this expectation beyond local or national issues, motivating young people to take on the global issue that threatens all of our ecosystems and all of our livelihoods. However, we can't expect students to take action on behalf of causes that they aren't educated about. If the school board intends to make a positive impact on the climate, and if it intends to continue its legacy of progressive policy, it will take steps to implement a climate action plan that includes climate education and measures to equip its students as well as possible for a growing climate crisis. The first step in this process is the adoption of a climate action resolution.
Hi, my name is Anna Agarwal. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a freshman at IHS. I support a climate action resolution that would lead to the restoration of native plants and an increased amount of equitably accessible on-campus gardens. Spending time outside in nature is shown to improve students' mental health and academic attitudes. Fresh air also helps students clear their minds and stay receptive throughout the entire school day. Students thrive in environments where they have access to the outdoors, and a resolution where students have direct access to nature during school will be beneficial.
Hi, I'm Asher. I'm in ninth grade at IHS and also a member of COG. One aspect of climate change which motivated me to present at this meeting is the effect of climate change on our community. It feels unsafe for me and others to walk or bike to school because of how inaccessible many areas of Ithaca are from the school. Things such as the highway and congestion on the roads mean I have to walk across a 6-lane highway and then be bombarded by heavy exhaust fumes before and after school. As students, we have a right to be safe and have a healthy environment and community. It is really important that we put more effort into making areas more walkable and increasing the air quality of areas that people are in every day because it affects everyone that lives in Ithaca. If passed, a climate resolution should provide a way to transition to more walkable and safe places for all community members.
Hi, my name is Ada. I'm a freshman at IHS and I helped plan the Climate Action Expo. I support a climate action resolution because it will allow students across the district to be involved in decisions surrounding the CAP. Over 100 ICSD students and clubs signed a petition advocating for a comprehensive district-wide climate action plan. This plan was made a few months ago, so it's not identical to our current ideas for a climate action resolution, but it reflects the massive amount of student support for this movement. Also, in March, the IHS Tatler wrote an entire editorial expressing their concern regarding global warming and the need for the district to, and I quote, accelerate its efforts towards a more sustainable and healthier future. As you can see, ICSD students want to be a part of the progress. By agreeing to a climate action resolution, we can show our students that their voices are heard and motivate them to stand up for what they believe is important. That's all we have to say for the student part.
We'll make this part brief. First, I just want to thank our administrative colleagues, our teacher colleagues, our collaborating students, and those of you on the board and support. This is really a group process. It's been a great coming together of ideas, creativity, and action plans for our district and our future. So just to recap, we are really hopeful that you would consider approving a climate resolution at your next board meeting before the end of this school year. It would be a great accomplishment to send our students off to the summer, coming back with something to work on together with you and among all of us. As we presented, this is an equity issue internationally, nationally, and locally. And we do have our part in contributing to those greenhouse gas emissions. And there's lots of opportunities and ideas for how we can mitigate that. And we also heard, as one student identified, thank you, Willow, clearly the need and the desire for climate education. And all of these are intentions embedded in our climate resolution that we hope you will give serious consideration to. So thank you very much.
At the risk of asking more from folks who have already given us so much, the way in which the agenda setting works is that you have presented a resolution. Thank you for acknowledging that we would be considering it at the next board meeting. If that is the want and wish of the board colleagues, that we would place it on the agenda. I would imagine that we may have some additional questions at that time while we're discussing prior to voting. And so but in the interim, is there a recommendation for board members or community folks about how to gather additional information prior to our next board meeting?
Contact the three of us. If anybody has any questions, Cindy, myself, and Armin. I think that's probably the most efficient way.
Fantastic. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the student presenters. One, as we say oftentimes, your voice carries the most weight in these spaces. So thank you for your willingness to share and for your honesty. And so, board colleagues, I would take up the offer to ask for additional information should that be the case. And we will work to include it on our next agenda, and we will keep folks posted. Any comments from board members? Yes, please.
Oh, yes, definitely. I want to thank again the three educators who are here. They presented as stated at the last facilities committee and spoke with us on the facilities committee, the board members on the facilities committee about this. And we were also encouraged to hear that all of the students, some of the students were going to attend and participate in this presentation. And I'm glad we have the audience here, that we do the numbers so that they can hear and see what was presented, and especially to continue to enlighten this community about this is student driven. Definitely, we have staff advocates, and it's been going on since 2007. So I appreciate, at that time, you were definitely younger, and we all were. But I appreciate that in May too, we had the 3rd annual Climate Action Expo that was held here at the school district at in the parking lot of IHS. So there are a lot of things that I saw one comment from a student: why won't people in power do something? And thank you for that positive comment, because that needs to go out to our community. when students say, why won't people in power do something? So even at next week's revote. So thank you for telling us these stories, reinforcing to us, and all I could do is encourage you to continue to get petition signatures beyond the names that you have here, and just continue to spread with it, not only within the school districts, within your respective schools, but in your communities too. And so that those of us in power and those community members, we need to listen to you more. Thank you.
Additional board comments, yes.
I have a comment. First off, thank you, of course. Work is so important, and it's great that you're taking it on. I love the petition. Of course, as you probably know, we have budget constraints, so hiring a sustainability director might not be feasible, but I think we can explore adding some of those duties to an existing position. But I would like to urge you to consider cost neutral suggestions of how we can improve in the meantime, until there are funds available to do the things that cost a lot of money. All these things are things that we would love to do, but things like making sure buildings' lights are turned off. And, you know, we mentioned in another meeting, making sure that people actually follow compost, put the right stuff in the bin and don't contaminate compost. I really would love to see more cost neutral ways that we as a district can make a difference, because sometimes that will make a huge difference while we gain the money and support to spend money to do more.
Any additional comments, board members? We will be in touch, or we'll see you on the 25th. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Next on our agenda is the Morocco trip presentation and a possible vote of approval. Before our folks speak about the Morocco trip, I'm going to step out of the room for a second and yield to my colleague who's here on the right, Karen, just to keep this moving along once they're presented, if their question needs to be called, if that works. And I should be right back.
Good evening. We are here this evening with the Morocco Cultural Exchange Club to share some stories and photos from our trip this year and to request permission for the trip for next year. I have with me, my name is Ludi Augustine, and with me today is Chloe King, who went on the trip with us, and Liz Crawford, who is the other advisor for the trip, although this year she was having a baby instead of going on the trip with us. So here we are, the Morocco Club in Casablanca with our Moroccan counterpart, Rashid, who has been leading us in country and guiding our trips since the beginning of this project. And Chloe's going to share with you our first stop in Beni Mellal. Some her experience with our student counterparts at the Victor Hugo School.
Absolutely. So one of the coolest parts of the trip for me was the fact that we got to actually stay in houses with Moroccan students. So my host sister, her name was Aya, and it was a really engaging experience to just be able to meet so many people so quickly. This was the first thing we did after getting there, and just be around so many people who were so willing to share about their own culture and to listen and hear about ours. And I really think that one of the things that I took away from the trip most was sort of this hospitality that I don't think that you see all that much in the United States. And so that's something that I have really tried in the following months to put into my own life, because I think it's super important. And I also think just generally how welcoming the students were was wonderful. We were able to just we spent an afternoon just playing volleyball and we played musical chairs, and it was really fabulous. And Duck Duck Goose, yes. And just meeting a whole new group of people and being able to connect with them so quickly, even though we're from completely different places and have completely different life experiences, was an experience that I am so thankful to have gotten to have, because I think I learned a lot from it.
From Beni Malal, we continued on to the city of Marrakesh. And want to share a little bit about?
Yeah, I'm
That
happy to.
would be great.
I think that one of the cool things about Marrakesh is that that is where the famous Moroccan markets are. And so one thing that I really enjoyed was getting to explore the markets and getting to actually like barter and sort of be so immediately like immersed in the culture. And it's like everyone around you is like there's so much sound and there's so much culture all around you. And it was interesting sort of to compare because Marrakesh is much more touristy, but there's not very many American tourists. So it was like even like the people there who were not Moroccan, you still get like this, like there were a lot of French tourists there, and there's all kinds of different cultures that we were surrounded with, which I thought was really, really cool.
Definitely. We traveled from Marrakesh back to Casablanca, and we were able to tour the Hassan II Mosque, which is this gorgeous structure. And I think one of the things that was really lovely about this experience was Rashid really sharing with us about Muslim beliefs and cultures and sort of the range of things that people believe and the traditions and ritual that go into his religion. And as you can see, this is a space that's open to the public, so there wasn't any sort of service going on, but he was able to walk us through the steps that happen when people go to prayer on Fridays or in the mornings. And really one of my favorite things about being in Morocco is the call to prayer 5 times a day is really different experience from being here, and always like sort of like makes you very present with what's going on and helps you remember those moments. It's really just a beautiful thing. And so that was true in all of the cities that we were in, and really is quite striking and gorgeous. Then we traveled to the city of Rabat, which is the capital city. And in the city of Rabat, we were able to explore a little bit more about the government and sort of the modern structure of their government. They have a monarchy, but it's they also have a parliament, and he's able to talk through some sort of like the dance between those and the changes that were made recently to their constitution. And I think the students get a real sense of a place that is really steeped in history in many ways and very modern. In fact, that photo up there is like the original fort that was there, and in the background is this like gorgeous modern building that they just put up. So this real contrast that students got to see in exploring this. So some of the students were sharing some of the things that really stood out to them, just getting to know people, and of course the food is amazing, and just the recommendations for this trip to continue and for people to continue to apply to go on the trip, and is something that students would really love to see happen. That is, a couple of things from this year. Some of the challenges is, I think sometimes some of the students were surprised at some of the cultural and religious conservatism that they encountered somewhat in the homestays. And so one of the things that we want to do next year is we want to introduce reading. We're going to read a book called Hope and Other Dangerous Pursuits, which is by a Moroccan author. And I think that helps really show the sort of like the modern and traditional living side by side and in dance with each other. There were, of course, concerns this year. Parents had concerns about the regional conflict, and so that, allaying those concerns and working with parents around that. And then, ongoing is the funding scholarships and things like that, and continuing to support a real socioeconomic diversity and equity opportunity. We're really committed to that. We were a IPI grant recipient. It was amazing to get to do homestays this year. That was just extraordinary. And continuing to really build upon the trip diversity We continued our partnership with GIAC, and we'll continue that into next year's trip as well, and the scholarship offerings that we were able to offer. I think were some of the major successes this year. We fundraised about $12,000. We 32% of students receive financial aid, including 4 full scholarships and 2 75% scholarships. And so the total amount that we were able to offer in scholarship money was $15,000. And we'll get into plans for next year, but I wanted to see, were there any questions about this year's trip? And then I was gonna excuse Chloe because she has a long day ahead of her at school tomorrow. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Liz and I are going to continue briefly into what our plans are for next year and request permission to continue this trip. You want to talk since I've been talking about it?
Sure. I'm Liz Crawford. Thanks for having us. We originally, about 10 years ago, began this program in the hopes of creating an actual exchange where we would bring Moroccan students to our school in addition to going to Morocco to visit schools there. And it hasn't been possible until now. The logistics are quite complicated, but I think having a good decade's worth of planning under our belts, that we're ready to start talking about how we might overcome some of the challenges that would stand in the way of hosting Moroccan students. They have been so hospitable to us in our travels abroad, and we would love to have some hospitality to offer them as well. So that's something that's in discussion. We're hoping to think about that for 2026. I think Ludi was talking about the scholarship opportunities we're trying to offer for students. It's trying to offer need blind admission for the students wanting to go on the trip and to be able to meet the financial needs of all students who want to and are able to go. It's a big commitment, and it requires a lot of community support. It requires a lot of work fundraising. It requires us to seek sponsorship. And so we're trying to put a lot of effort into that so that we actually can meet that goal of making sure that any student who wants to come can come regardless of their family's financial situation. And that helps us to make sure we're able to have a diverse group of students attending the trip instead of just the students whose parents can afford international travel.
You want to introduce these?
I have a pamphlet for you, and it just gives a little bit more information about the sponsorships that we are hoping to obtain and the ones we've already obtained. So feel free to take one, share with your friends.
So this would really be to share with anyone who would be interested in donating to a scholarship fund that you may know in your world, because it is really one of our commitments to make this accessible to students. And we've had success with that. Next year, we typically sort of alternate southern route, northern route. So probably next year we will go the northern route. Again, we always fly into Casablanca, and then from Casablanca, we would go to Rabat, Fez, and up into the mountains. We went to the city of Chefchaouen last year. We do want to continue to build this relationship with the Victor Hugo School in Beni Mellal, so that would always be the case. And that's the school we would probably partnership with bringing students here as well. We've already been in discussion with the headmaster at that school for that. So it's a possibility that we still do the southern route. We're still in discussion with Rashid about exactly what next year would look like. Our objectives are to connect our students in the Ithaca City School District with the Moroccan students of the same age, to establish lasting connections with the schools and the educators, and pave the way for future collaboration. Students have continued to be in contact. Students are continuing with their counterparts. Some already have plans to meet up within the next couple of years, to really break down the barriers between sort of some of the misconceptions around an Islamic country. to really work at, around Moroccan history, its diverse language and cultures. It really is, they speak about it being a combination of sort of the local Berber culture, Arabic culture, and Jewish culture, and that's the triangle that creates the Moroccan culture, and to address and combat stereotypes that continue to persist. And that was the reason it was started initially, and is continues to be our mission for the trip.
We did talk about homestays already. I think this is, there were a few years where we weren't able to offer homestays because of COVID concerns. So it's nice that this last year we were able to offer that to students again. Obviously, student safety is always our primary concern, but it is very nice for students to have an authentic experience staying with actual families and being able to observe Moroccan life from the inside instead of from the outside. So instead of having kind of like a voyeuristic approach and having them stay in hotels and operate only in modern spaces, they're able to enter into family spaces and observe what life is like for students every day.
The trip estimates are about $2,500 per student. Fundraising lowers the cost for all of them. We will send out to you our notification when we start raking leaves in the fall to raise those funds. We will continue to apply to IPEI for their Connecting Classrooms grants, which helps to fund that. We are continually seeking sponsors. So again, if anyone in the community who would like to support this effort of international travel, we will continue our partnership with GIAC, which has been really wonderful. They're supporting 2 students, somewhat financially, and as well as just logistically, helping them get their passport and making sure they have luggage and stuff like that. And that's been really fun to take students traveling who've not traveled internationally before. It's really the joy of the trip for me. Offering full and partial scholarships to meet students' needs. I think we've talked about that some.
Okay, so as I said before, our first concern is always student safety. This trip has partnered since its onset with Rashid Caspi. He's our trip coordinator in Morocco. He's a longtime friend of mine, and he is, this is professionally what he does. He takes groups usually from American and European universities and takes them around Morocco with this kind of exchange, cultural exchange in mind. And I have a lot of confidence in him and his ability to choose wisely where we're taking students, to take us to restaurants where we can trust that the food quality is going to be safe, to make sure we're staying in safe neighborhoods, things like that. And I think I would have more concerns about taking groups of students internationally if I didn't have so much confidence in our Moroccan partners. Tourism is one of Morocco's largest industries, so they are very accustomed to travelers and are historically very welcoming. And the students are supervised at all times. We take 4 chaperones and we take 24 students, as well as we have our Moroccan partners. So the students have a really solid ratio of chaperones to students. And I think that they would tell you that they never at any point this last year felt that they were not able to, they were not safe in their environment.
Anyone has any questions?
Questions, board members, or comments? I feel like I say this whenever you've come here. So first, significant thank you as someone who's traveled with students to multiple continents and countries, including Morocco. I am very much aware of what a life-altering experience it is, and I'm also aware of the amount of labor and additional time and energy that goes into it. So I'm eternally grateful for even the willingness to do so. I'm also very thankful the conscientiousness of paying attention to the costs that I've seen, particularly with all of our trips, but particularly with the Morocco trip. And I know that's been partnerships So I know that also is additional labor. And so I just want to say thank you again. And I am always in full support. One of the best things we can do is have our students travel internationally to learn more about the world in order to learn more about themselves. So greatly appreciative.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I have a question. You said about the exchange in the future in 2026 to bring some Moroccan students here. Now, we've done that with the German trip where students have come here. So what are the challenges that we haven't done that yet with this trip?
One of the greatest challenges is the difficulty for Moroccans to obtain visas to visit the United States, and some of the kind of bureaucratic hoops that we would need to jump through in order to help them obtain visas. Another big barrier is cost, because even though it is costly for our students to travel to Morocco, the cost for them to travel here is very significant, and we don't want to be burdensome. And then just having never done so before, making sure that we are able to provide the same standard of hospitality to students coming here that they have provided for us. It's something we really want to work toward, and to start exploring. But I do think that the visa process will be a difficult one to navigate.
Thank you. Mr. Harris.
The first trip that I planned for Morocco with Steve Weisberg, I think was in 2016.
And then there was some years off for COVID.
Yeah,
so
interrupted.
I don't know what year we're up to at this point.
Interrupted for the pandemic, obviously, but my question is, so this trip was post Middle East conflict.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you or the children experienced anything regarding that, and how was it resolved?
No, the students definitely spoke about it with their host, with the host students. It definitely came up as a topic, but not in a conflicted way. It was in a real discussing the world as young people from different countries kind of way. So no, there was no conflict. That was certainly a concern that the parents had before we went. But there wasn't any of that came up.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, it was good news.
Thank you.
I know we all are very much aware of geography, and but also feel compelled to say that I wonder if the same questions will come up if you were taking a group to Spain, which is within eyesight of Morocco. And so I think it'd be good for us to also to bear in mind the great distance between where Morocco sits on the north side of the continent of Africa. And doesn't erase the questions and the concerns, especially of a predominantly Muslim country, but there is great distance.
Yes.
And I think that Morocco, geographically, it's not exactly situated in the Middle East, as you point out. And although it is a Muslim country, it is a very modern Muslim country and has very close partnerships with the United States, and actively is seeking more economic and political partnerships with the US. So sentiment toward Americans in Morocco is not, I think, as poor as it might be in other Muslim countries. I think people there that I've encountered are mostly curious about Americans, excited to talk about our media, anxious to get us to translate the lyrics to their favorite songs. Not wanting to engage in political conflict.
Any other
It is
questions?
very interesting how many people would approach us and students to practice their English, because it is something people are curious. They're curious about Americans, are curious about building that relationship for sure. It feels very welcoming.
And at the high school, we have French as a language. Do we also have Arabic? Because but yet at Cornell, they have Arabic.
Yeah, students are able to practice their French a little bit, which is fun for some of them, or when we go to the northern part, their Spanish. And that's been quite fun for them to be able to do. Moroccans are multilingual, so they just switch it up. And all of them spoke very, very good English, so.
Additional questions, board members? Can we ask for entertain motions? I can.
I move to approve the international field trip to Morocco in February 2025.
I second.
Moved by Adam, second by Karen. Any additional discussion, debate, questions? Hearing none, all in favor? That is unanimous for the board members who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. very
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
We will continue on with our agenda, and that brings us to the public comment period with the hearing of delegates. Do we have people who are signed up for this evening's public comment section?
I'm not sure if they saw.
I think they went in the.
They spoke earlier.
budget.
They both spoke, well, one spoke earlier. Paula, Ianady. Nope, okay, I guess we don't have anyone.
You would need that, yep. All right. That then brings us, so I would assume there are no board responses. Fantastic. I want to just make sure, I want to make sure. That brings us to our student reps, but before we move to our student reps, I want to ask. Somebody there?
Did you want to speak during this session as well? There's no need to repeat exactly what you said earlier, because we were all here.
You're welcome.
We have a time or two. So.
Hi again, my name is Cheyenne Osterreich. I just wanted to comment about the student conduct code. Student conduct codes are the backbone of inequity in the public school system in the United States. For example, the literature shows that Black and brown girls are disproportionately disciplined for violating dress codes and/or rules about hairstyles, violations that result in a disproportionate number of suspensions. When students face undress code violation penalties, they lose their faith in the staff to be there for them in the classroom where they might be learning geometry, or in a counselor's office where they hope to be talking about career or college. Worse, the data suggests that there are real long-term social and economic effects from suspensions and school separations, further exacerbating racial and gender gaps in wages, wealth, jobs, and also juvenile detention centers. I teach about this topic at Ithaca College in my classes on gender, race, and economic power, and I ask my students, predominantly but not exclusively white, about their experiences with the student conduct codes in their high schools. Every year, they say, for the most part, that it is poor or queer or Black or brown or kids with special education status that get accused of insubordination or being disruptive. Ideas that are so vague and subjective that it's hard to really wrap your mind around what they really mean, in addition to violating dress codes. I was incredibly proud of this district for embarking on a substantial project to revise the student conduct code. Two big points I was most interested in was to eliminate the dress code and to engage a restorative justice approach to dealing with community members in general. Some districts around the country actually embrace this to the extent that they have restorative justice positions in order to help the community support these goals. Evidence from national research says that more institutional investment is necessary in order to make restorative justice philosophies a reality and to actually reduce the school to prison pipeline, to close it. We need more Black and brown kids in schools working on their geometry and aspiring for careers and trusting an environment where people feel like they belong. Our code goes a long way toward making that happen, and I'm grateful that that work was done. Thank you.
Board responses.
Good evening, folks who stayed with us this long. We appreciate you. No matter what side of this budget issue you come down on, we understand and appreciate that this is time that you have taken away from other important priorities. So I appreciate that. We have sat here for weeks now, absorbing information about our decision-making here as a district. And I personally have sat here quietly. This was a time to hear the public. And some aspects, some elements of the public made clear that their pain is real, that they have to make this kitchen table decisions about the checkbooks. And as you even heard tonight, those decisions can have some long-standing implications. I'm going to go through a list now of things that have not been discussed thoroughly. Opportunities, experiences, programs, things this district has built over a very long time, almost all having to do with equity, that we are now threatening to completely wipe off of the agenda. Let me start by saying the obvious. Equity costs money. We have a 100-year history of what non-equitable investments look like in this community. It looks like a 51% graduation rate back in 2009 when Sean and I ran for African-American students and lower than that for students with IEPs. It looked like a high school musical and choral engagement in which kids who had not gained access to those skill sets were excluded because the level of exposure here is very high. As anyone who's been to our high school concerts and musicals can attest. Previously, if you did not have the skills requisite, you were excluded from that. So we introduced a more robust arts program. We introduced a more robust music program. Now any student who desires can have an instrument in elementary school. We did not raid the coffers to provide every student with an instrument. We had qualified people who reached out to our BOCES across the state to find a partner who could provide our students with those instruments. If these cuts necessitate that the person responsible for that either has to find another job or whose role is significantly diminished, that is an equity issue. Couch it any way you want. The information about our schools and being in need of additional support services. I'm not sure anyone at this table said this as plainly as I'm going to say it to you now. The data involved in creating those reports is based on lagging 2-year data, which places us where? Squarely in the middle of a global pandemic. And as such, there are school districts all across the state who are finding pockets of students who did not fare as well as other students during that pandemic. The group of students in particular, some schools, a subset of some schools who did not do well are African-American students. I'll say it again. This was an issue for decades in this community. To try and to make yourself appear that you are now concerned about this issue is both duplicative and disgusts me. Let me say that again. Duplicative, and it disgusts me. Where were you when the graduation rates were 50%? Where were you when the referrals at the high school were 1,700 a year? Where have you been, as someone just alluded to, when Black girls are being suspended and referred at wildly disproportionate rates? There's a saying, maybe from New York, it's not exclusive to New York, don't play a player. I see you. I see through you. Everyone who's come to a meeting this year, and our committee meetings, again, have been monthly. They've been advertised. They've been public. You can watch the videos. You can get the minutes. For folks who have not shown up in this space, in my 15 years of doing this, to come here after assessments went through the roof, about which, again, I will say for the 1,000th time, school district does not play a role, is again, mean-spirited in some ways. And I'm not sure why we have tolerated it on this side of the table for the weeks we have. I know why. Again, as I said earlier, we wanted individuals in the community who have not had a chance to speak, who are actually being squeezed like lemons, and who have supported this community for a very long time to have their say. And that was important. It was important for our young people to hear. It was important for us to hear. It was important for our leadership to hear. But folks who rabidly have gone after tax abatements in this community and a profiteering attempt to get in while the getting is hot, to stand at this microphone and debase children, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. In previous generations, I've lived here 30 years, been on the school board for 15. Let me tell you what I saw in the previous generations. Children leaving the school district without the wherewithal, without the insight to develop a future for themselves, whether it was work or academic, on to the next level. Some of these kids I've watched. My previous partner was a police officer for her entire career. I've watched them become unuseful citizens, shall we say. They appeared on police blotters. They were the kids getting in trouble. They were the kids who we couldn't get into TC3 or to find a job, much less the aspirationalists to point out in Harvard and other places that we continue to send our best and brightest to. This current generation, parents of whom are sitting right in this room, these children have been productive. They've come back to work in these schools. They now are running businesses in this community. They've gone on to community college and then four-year college. They are making a difference. Some of the investments that we made above and beyond a contingency budget are directly responsible for these children finding a path here. Last two things I'll mention. I don't know how many people have spoken to the need for us to get back to basics, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Well, a literacy program costs money. Training our teachers to engage in a new product costs money. Why has there not been one previously? Because our teachers resisted it. Our teachers didn't want to teach from a box. They wanted control. I personally have said for a very long time, all the things that have had racist implications, if not intentions here, that's number one on my list. Lastly, I mentioned the Restorative Justice Initiative. colleague who works in the high school, and I went to Syracuse, talked to the experts in the field, couple by the name of the Winds who wrote the book on this, who showed us how other districts are so far ahead of us down the path of these things that it is very odd to come back to this table and hear from my neighbors, my peers, my colleagues in this community that we cannot afford, both financially and emotionally, to go down this path because kids need to be controlled, damn it. They need to face discipline. Our teachers can't discipline the kids in class. I'll ask you again, where were you when the 1,700 referrals were being meted out? Where were you when these children were going to Tompkins County Jail and then off to Elmira, which is the administrative entry prison, for decades? You just heard these kids tonight talk about an issue dear to their hearts. And what did they say? They attached a body to it. They attached a cause to it. And they're sitting in a room full of people who are telling them they don't deserve it. They don't deserve to see this district, this $170 million district, work to affect their future. We've had folks ask us for math specialists. We've had folks, again, ask us for a literacy mogul in this community. I could go on and on and on because I have been in this seat. No one has called me to ask me to coffee, to sit down and have an actual conversation with a 15-year-old board member who's actually run the finance committee for at least the last, well, Chris Malcolm is here who ran it previous to me, but let's say last 2 years. Deeply entrenched in the state finances, deeply entrenched in how we built a budget. I have not gotten a single phone call. Not from a landlord, not from somebody who works in a social service agency, not from a human being who has to make these difficult decisions at the dining table. So not only am I stepping off my soapbox, this effectively is going to end my tenure as a school board member, community, using democratic methods, made it clear my voice is no longer needed. But I'm going to warn all of you, I'm going to be watching. We built something here that was built for children. And folks now with no knowledge are threatening to destroy it by infusing fear and illogic into the conversation. Thank you.
Any other board responses?
Thank you, Eldred.
Hearing no other board responses, we will continue on with our agenda. That brings us to student reps. Before we have our student reps speak, we're going to ask Miss B to come up and say a few words prior to your report this month.
That working? Yeah. This isn't going to be long. I just wanted to thank all of the students who put so much into this year, and especially to say I love you and goodbye and wish you well and stay in touch to Lucine and McCunn, who will be graduating this year, but they will be close by, so you can stay in touch. You guys have been so committed and so wonderful and so thoughtful. And it's just been an absolute privilege to play with you all year. I don't even want to call it work because it really hasn't been. And good news that Claire and Cademan, who couldn't be here tonight because he's performing at the jazz concert at Deep Dive tonight, Cademan and Claire both got reelected. So they will be joining us again next year. And we'll have 2 new students as well who will join us. So thank you for allowing me to say thank you to you guys, and you guys too. but especially my graduating seniors.
With that, we'll begin with Ithaca High School.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We would like to say thank you as it is our last meeting. We would like to thank the board, the community, Ms. Tricia especially for everything that she does. We are very grateful to you. And we would like to thank Ms. B. I would also like to insert a little suggestion as it has been for the past couple meetings. We also have school in the morning and most of our parents do not like that we come home from these meetings at 9:15. So if maybe next year the student reps could like go a little earlier, that might make our parents be a little less annoyed. Just throwing it out there. I'm sorry, I had to. We have our senior awards and our underclassmen awards that were handed out within the course of the week. Finals and Regents Week is quickly approaching with the first day being June 14th. And in unprecedented news, all of our yearbooks sold out. Senior prom is June 21st and graduation is June 24th at 12 p.m. and at 3 p.m. Now I would like to respond to some comments that I heard during the budget hearing that, first of all, when we discuss discipline, we need to understand as a district that suspension is not discipline. It predominantly affects our minority and lower income students, especially the students on free and reduced lunch. And suspending students does nothing for their education. It just sets them further behind as they cannot be in the classroom. And it's just not effective. And I think we need to stop this narrative that it is. Number two, to the lovely individuals who thought that extracurriculars are not a part of our education. With respect, I disagree. We need our extracurriculars. They are important. They push students out of their comfort zones and into something that can be new and amazing. Many of these extracurriculars are student funded. Like we do our fundraisers. Code Red, we did like $10,000, I think, of coffee sales. I'm not entirely sure about the correct number. We need our extracurriculars. At many time, they are not paid for by taxpayer dollars. I would also like to emphasize that cutting courses with less than 17 students is also incredibly harmful because in advanced classes, they are often inaccessible because I'm learning calculus with 31 other students. And to anybody who has ever learned calculus, you know, it's not easy. And being in a room where a teacher is stretched in 32 different ways to help a student, it doesn't work. It's just like they're being spread too thin. That was two particular comments that stuck out to me. I understand the community's potential financial issues with the budget. I understand how these things work. Like, I promise I do. But I would like to emphasize that while I understand that students are not the only part of the community, we do have the right to go to school in an environment where we are not going to face increased suspension rates or decreased attention from our teachers. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm a senior and I have brain fog right now, but that's all that.
As Ms. Bergman mentioned earlier, Cademan can't make it here tonight due to the last jazz band performance for the of the year at Deep Dive. Here's what he asked me to say in his own words that he would have liked to mention, and I quote, "Earlier, there was a presentation to the board about reaching carbon neutrality. This is an incredibly important topic and one that must be addressed. As all of you are certainly aware, we are at a critical juncture point in our handling of the climate crisis. We cannot dog our heads into the sand. This generation of current students are going to take the brunt of climate crises, and if the district is truly interested in advancing equity, we must move towards carbon neutrality as quickly as possible. Island countries' problems are our problems, and the climate crisis will attack our own nation as well. We will stay behind the
protective walls of location and financial resources for a while, but must do our duty to fight the scourge blasting across the world due to human negative action and positive inaction. We, as a mid-sized school district, are not exempt from responsibility in the response to climate change. If we refuse to take action, we resign the next generations to a worsening problem of global and national inequity and the worsening of impoverished people's condition. We must make a change.
Yeah, and on that note, I'm reminded of this proverb that I saw on the wall at the Museum of Natural History in New York City earlier this year. Treat the earth well, for it was not given to you by your ancestors, but loaned to you by your children. On another note, so it's bittersweet to be here for my last board meeting. It has been a really fun time, and I do want to really express my appreciation for everyone on the board for being here and working with us. It's been a really good learning experience for me, and I've definitely learned a lot of things that I will take with me. And again, special thanks to also Dr. Bryman, Mr. Trumbull, and all the other members of ICSD staff who have listened to us and been super helpful over the past few years and been able to sit down with us and hear our concerns. Also, again, huge thank you to Miss B. She's been like a major guiding force over the last 2 years, and she's always there to answer questions and help. And yeah, huge thank you to Miss B. But again, I do know that our new board reps are going to do an amazing job. I did want to say some things. So on the budget, that was really all I wanted to talk about. As a student, I supported the last budget. I will support the next budget, the one that's on the revote. I do want to say that every student in a public education system is educated on the goodwill of their community, and that's part of living in a society. And even those members of the community who were speaking out against the budget earlier were educated probably on the goodwill of their own communities when they were younger. And I hope that the community here is generous enough to support us in future years. Yeah. And I'm also interested in what's going on with negotiations around Cornell that I saw on the agenda and earlier meeting. And I saw it's on the agenda today as well. So I look forward to hearing about that. Let me say that. Athletic stuff. Oh yeah, also athletics updates. Josh Kwake Minnow is a state champion in the long jump, which is really impressive. So huge congratulations to him. And also 9th grader Stadia Berkovitz was a state runner-up in the 3,000 meter run, which is also really big. And Noah Hilker, 4th place in steeplechase and the New York State Sportsmanship Award winner. Our unified basketball team finished the season with a 2nd place finish in the league, a great season. And this is the final year of Ithaca hosting the Special Olympics Summer Games. So join our community at Ithaca College and IHS Marusco Stadium this weekend to volunteer and or support our incredible athletes.
Finally, thank you, Lucenam McCunn, for serving on the board this past year and 2 years for McCunn. And congrats on graduating soon. I've learned a lot from them, and you guys are my role models, so good luck to you both next year. And with that, well, I guess Ms. Bergman already announced it, but Cademan and I have been reelected, and we're welcoming Georgina and Jing Yang, who are 2 new students, so we hope to introduce you to them soon. And finally, I wanted to share my thoughts in regards to the budget. When I was sitting here during the public voting meeting last time on May 28th, it was shared that the contingency budget would lead to a reduction of offerings with less than 17 students at the secondary levels, and also there would be a 17 student minimum at the elementary levels. I was specifically frightened by this, as I imagined how harmful of a change that would be for myself, my peers, and all students in ICSD. My personal experience with smaller classes have been absolutely amazing, and these classes are the ones I am mainly able to create personal connections with my teachers. As the school year wraps up, I've been answering lots of surveys, filling out feedback forms, and doing a lot of reflection in general. And one question that I still remember from the end of year survey that IHS students took last month read along the lines of, do you have a trusted adult you can rely on and go for help in this building? And while I'm so lucky to have adults in my school who I can deeply trust, I really hope that all other students around me do so as well. Every student deserves to feel supported and protected, even if that simply means having a trusted staff member to go to. One thing that can help us students is to foster a classroom environment where we can more easily talk to our teachers. and I'm afraid that we may drift further away from this goal if our class sizes are raised as a consequence of the revote budget not being passed. Thank you.
Hi. LACS had a wonderful float in the parade celebrating the school's 50th anniversary. Students, staff, alumni, and former staff showed up to march and bike down Cayuga Street while several students, musicians played rock and roll from the back of a pickup truck, and it was a huge success.
This Thursday is the LICS Stewart Park Day, which traditionally marks our last day of school. So we all gather together at Stewart Park and celebrate the end of the year, including distributing the yearbooks, which are free this year. We would love if that could continue, but seeing as things are with the budget, that's in question. And as well, our own trips presentations from over this last cycle.
Social studies PBAT presentations are happening next Tuesday for juniors and seniors. They will present about a topic they have chosen to raters from within and outside of the school, and also will present these to younger students.
So I'm proud of this next thing myself because thanks to a proposal I put through our democracy system, we had our first LICS ice cream day last Friday. Because ice cream is yummy and we deserve it after a hard year of work. And before anyone jumps out of their seats and screams that their taxpayer money is being spent on ice cream, it was donated, so we got it for free.
It was good. Thanks. I would have brought copies of the final edition of the Chestnut for this year, but it's not quite out yet. It's going to come out tomorrow. And so if you really want one, you can come to LACS and get one. And there's also going to be a few copies at the Gimme Coffee on State Street. And that's all we have to say. We'd also just like to thank the board for, letting us have our time here. And it's been really great. I've learned a lot. I really appreciate it. And yeah, Odin, you want to say anything?
Yeah. I'd just like to say that Stella, who also isn't here right now, will be returning. And our two other reps that were elected, Brandon Apollo and Emily Isaacs, are really great people. And I think they'll do great on here.
Yeah, really huge thank you to Stella, because she's been on this before and we would have had no idea what we were doing without her. It would have been really bad. It would have been really bad. But yeah, thanks, Stella.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Board responses.
I thank you. You all are seriously my favorite part of the meeting. And everything you say most of the time. No, seriously though, is so important. And I so appreciate all of you so very much. And for everyone moving forward, I'm going to miss you dearly.
Other board responses.
Yep, I'll just say also echo the thanks for you guys being on the board. Also give another special acknowledgement to Mukund because he won the National Merit Scholarship, which is a big deal. So congratulations. And also the middle school put on a really great production of Newsies. If anybody got to see it, it was really amazing. So just wanted to give a shout out to that. It was extremely good. A combination of Boynton and DeWitt students came together, and just wanted to say that.
Newsies Junior, correct?
Yes, Newsies Junior. Newsies Junior.
Additional board responses? I want to acknowledge that in some regards, you all are ahead of the curve. You may not read the education news as robustly as I do, but Governor Hochul is working through a bill to mandate that school boards have student reps as part of their governance body. And so we've been doing this for a little bit of time, and I think it just speaks to the power and the importance of the role that you all play. So thank you, recognizing the late nights that are there, recognizing the amount of time and energy. And so I greatly appreciate that. In response to something one of the board reps said, maybe it had been Lucine who said it, as someone who teaches the history of education, it is a novel idea to tax people to educate other people's children. This is not the norm throughout the entirety of the world. And so not saying other communities don't do that or other countries don't do that, but it is somewhat of a unique idea. And we grapple with both the economics of that as well as the value systems that our budgets reflect. A trusted adult in the building. Thank you for that, Claire. Folks may not know that reportedly by most studies is the single largest determinant of whether or not a student will graduate. I'll repeat that. According to most data, that is the single largest determinant of whether or not a student will graduate if they feel that they have somebody in the building that they can trust and go to. And so we would do wise to pay attention to that data point. And then lastly, to Odin Leo, thank you for everything you've done as well. It wasn't just Stella, you all brought skills. LACS celebrating 50 years and your ability to witness and participate in that is something, again, unique. It is different. I've said it before, I had the privilege of being a tutor of the namesake of the Lehman Alternative Community School. And when I would tell people historically that I taught at an alternative school, their idea of what alternative meant was usually vastly different than a democratically run school. And so I thank you for your sharing repeatedly with us about the nuances of what LACS does and how it goes about its business, and for your openness and sharing as well. So enjoy the 50th celebration. It is an amazing feat. You all have helped that, whether you realize it or not, and I'm just very thankful, and I'll be joining you, I believe, maybe even on a panel during that weekend celebration. So look forward to seeing you. Thank you to all of our reps. Any additional board comments? Fantastic. We'll pause in case you all want to go home. We do have a robust, oh, you can definitely take that. You can definitely take, Claire, you can't take yours. We're going to need it for next year. We will continue on with our agenda, and that brings us to the consent agenda, and we'll entertain motions.
Okay, I move to approve all consent agenda items listed in the consent agenda, consideration of accounts, personnel report, students, and minutes of previous meetings as presented.
Second.
Moved by Adam, seconded by Katie. Discussion, debate, questions? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? That appears unanimous for board members who are present. Thank you very much. That brings us to our next agenda item. Dr. Brown, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Professor, for this opportunity, and I will be brief. Just two quick things. One, a recognition of a longtime educator, Dan McGrath, for earning tenure. Dan McGrath is the associate principal at Boynton Middle School, and he earned tenure this evening, and well-deserved, and I know many people in our community know Dan very well. And also a recognition, the board accepted the resignation for Colin Gray. And, you know, I've known Colin a long time. Frankly, her mother actually saved my life as an associate principal at a middle school in Charlottesville, Virginia. People don't know that, but her mother was a reading teacher and a teacher leader in that building. And I was a 25-year-old brand new associate principal in one of the toughest middle schools in our state. And I'll say again, she saved my life. And I got to meet her daughter at the time, a track star at Charlottesville High School, who at some point decided she was going to go to a place called Cornell. And the only thing I knew about Cornell was my middle name, Cornell. I was like, Cornell, where is that? I had no idea. I'd never been to New York State. Anyway, she went to Cornell University and then became a teacher and one of our finest teachers in the school district, in the history of our school district, from my perspective. And our board supported her in going off and receiving her certification to be an administrator. And she stepped up when we needed to have people step up during a pandemic. She stepped up into a middle school principalship. And for folks who are following educational journals, the folks who stepped into principalships and or superintendencies during the pandemic, most folks aren't here anymore. They decided to do something else. Now, Colin Gray didn't leave because of the challenges associated with the pandemic. She is going to be taking on some other things, and it's a personal leave at this moment. But I hope folks take time to recognize, one, Dan McGrath, but also Colin Gray, who's been a wonderful educator for this community and is known across states. And I thank her mother for sharing her talents, her daughter's talents with our community. Thank you for this opportunity, Professor.
I echo your sentiments, Dr. Brown. Thank you very much. School district business, agenda item 12.1, which is budget planning and discussion.
Professor, we're going to be here to, we've talked a lot about budget. I know I don't want to be quoted for saying I'm done talking about the budget, but I'm getting tired of talking about it. So if there are questions or additional concerns or things we can address while Ms. Verba's here and I'm here, we're open for that. But I know we have a robust agenda and we've spent a couple of hours already tonight talking about budget. But please, we will field any questions or comments you have.
I have one, and it doesn't have to do with the budget per se, but it is supposed to be really, really hot next week again. And I know that we can't technically provide water or whatever for our poll workers, but I just want to acknowledge how hot it's going to be and see if there's something we can approve or do or whatever to make sure that people are comfortable in those buildings where AC might not be the best. As I'm concerned. That's a long day.
I think we will take that under advisement. That probably requires some additional conversation. And what Aaron is alluding to, part of it is state law and part of it is what is considered to be a gift of public funds. The inability to provide water for folks is not allowed. So it's not that the district or any district does not want to do that. It's that we have some legal barriers to doing that. And so we will follow up with that as well. Any budget questions, Mr. Harris?
Came up in our tepid attempts to gather enough energy to have a serious legislative advocacy committee effort this year. But one of the things we had talked about was trying to see if we could influence the state to pass a law similar to the one currently on the books that says if a classroom is below a certain temperature, it's not safe or healthy to have children in that classroom or do testing. And we had discussed here, see if we could use our leverage to see if we could do the same for rooms that reach a certain ceiling, literally and figuratively in terms of temperature. So just want to advocate that we don't lose that thread, right? I'm looking at the temperatures too, and this is only the beginning of May. So I think that would be a pretty easy one to get people behind and you know, Ithaca could score another one for the kids of New York State.
For folks listening at home, this is June 11th. But I'm with you, Mr. Harris. Middle of, you said it early May. Yep. It's late. It's late.
You said it was long agenda?
It is a long agenda. Are there any additional budget questions? Katie.
So this relates to what may happen with a contingency budget. So we spoke previously that outside groups cannot use district buildings without paying for a commensurate amount of the services that they would use while they're there, like some sort of a pro rata fee. Do any of the outside organizations that currently interact with the district or use district buildings pay any fees currently? So what kind of change would that look like?
So Dr. Bryman will be joining us. He's another wonderful member of the executive team who manages the building use forms. So again, this is just to showing that like many of us have many roles that we play and many hats that we wear. So
and feel free to correct me if I misspoke about anything.
No,
because
for
clarity
fees,
is great.
So right now, we are charging some fees if it requires a custodian after hours, if that makes sense. Like if they're requesting on Sunday and it's outside of contract hours, we are saying, we are trying to find the cost of the custodian and charging that group. But there's also a difference between for-profits and not-for-profits that use our space. If it's a for-profit, all the proceeds that are gathered during the time that they're with us have to actually be legally donated to educational charity. So that's another kind of nuance
of the law when you're reserving a space in one of our buildings. And so it's not a gift of, you're not making money off of our building use off of taxpayers, basically. That's for the for-profit. Does that make sense?
That does help.
Okay.
So essentially, to repeat back to you, to make sure I understand clearly.
Yeah.
Is that some groups that request building usage beyond the time when like custodial would normally be there
Yeah.
are already paying for those services. And that if we did adopt a contingency budget, any kind of outside group, whether for-profit or not-for-profit, would have to cover all expenses incurred by their usage of the buildings, in addition to being approved by the board like yearly, every time. Do you have a sense for that? Sorry, that's two questions.
Well, I do want to add one thing, just one clarifying item. Both for-profits and not-for-profit groups, if they're using our space after school hours, we look at charging them for any cost outside of a contract for a custodial. I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
All right? Yeah.
Katie, for your question about under a contingency, all groups would be treated the same that are not school sponsored or school funded, right? And so I would imagine the process that we would come up with, I'm foreseeing a lot of sort of 1 year only policies, right? That we'll have to develop together through the month of June and then July. What I would see for building use is that we, sort of create that spreadsheet of the costs. People would have to complete the building request, but it would be a more robust form, sort of like start time, end time.
Sure.
Are there storage needs? Does that require refrigeration, right? Because some of these programs do have that. We'd have to, have that calculated out. And then there would be, I would treat them just like we would another contract, right? That we would enter into a contract for that year with board approval. We would bring that contract forward for approval from you. That's my initial thinking about how we would manage the nuances of what the contingency budget would bring to us. If that sounds like a good start, that's our initial thinking.
Any other board questions? The only thing that I would add is respectfully challenging a couple of the comments that this budget process just began in April. Part of the reason why it's on the agenda as budget planning and development is under normal circumstances, we would already be underway, and reality is we already are underway with planning for next year's budget. And so would encourage folks as new committees are formed to participate and to continue to engage with the budget planning process, which will happen at finance committee meetings as we do long-term budget planning and have for quite some time. Information is available online. Again, I recognize for some folks it is not the easiest to find, but that is also the reason why we are here. I know my colleague Karen Yearwood has reminded us about how robust the FAQ page is. For folks who have questions that are not answered, please let us know. Your team does an amazing job of responding, usually within 24 hours, to put those new questions up on the FAQ page. And as our community considers what options are available, another comment, this is me speaking as an individual board member and not as the president of the board. Please fact check any social media that you receive. There are much more accurate places to receive information. So if there are no other questions from our board members, we will thank you. We'll encourage folks to continue with the process. I see Garrick may have a question.
Not a question. I just think you raised a really good point, Professor. I just want to underscore, which is that there are short-term cuts or cost savings that we can look at when we're in June, thinking about a budget that's going to start in August. And then there are long-term savings. And, most of the concerns about the budget that we heard tonight are going to be here next year. And if we start planning, the first finance session in August, we can consider a number of initiatives, both on the revenue side and on the cost side, that we will have time to look at in August. But if we wait again till this time next year, we're going to be in the same boat with the same constraints and limited to the same more ever dwindling low hanging fruit of options. So I guess I would just underscore your point, say to the public, if you've got ideas to raise revenue or save costs, the new board meeting in August is time to bring them out.
I just wanted to say thank you for those who spoke up. For the most part, I saw genuine concerns. I saw genuine points on both sides, and I'm grateful for those who came and were willing to speak.
Thank you, Dan and Amanda. We will continue on with, you have to stay around, Dan, that's all right. It'll bring us to our next agenda item, which is the district safety plan.
That's
Dr. Bryman.
okay. We have a one pager that's in board docs right now. Tricia, if you don't mind putting it up, that's okay. Okay, the district safety plan, it provides district-wide guidance. Each building also has their own plan, which is specific to their building. And we've learned a lot. We've had a lot of experience through COVID and many opportunities to examine and look at the safety plan. So there's some updates in the plan. On page 30, we put a lot of different additional resources. Thanks to conversations here, we do have risk reduction, prevention, and intervention for students with special needs. Thanks to some of the conversation that Aaron shared over the times that we've met about the safety plan. We also added a much more robust threat assessment and management, and you'll be able to see that later on. On page 34 of your document, we added some language to the shell. The shell is the shelter in place, hold in place, evacuation, lockdown, and lockout. And we had a great collaboration some time ago where we added some common language for all the drills. We added some examples for what each one of them is, but we also had some common language where when teachers are taking attendance, when instruction is happening, and when students need to be assisted. Those are some questions that came up. On 72, we have a much more robust section on our comprehension school threat guidelines. We define what a threat is, what constitutes a threat, the team that is engaged for the threat, and then how the threat assessment is done as well. There's in the document itself, there's a threat assessment decision tree, which we printed out, we sent to all the schools. We did some training last summer about it, but it's a flow chart to go through a process to decide whether to evaluate the threat. Obviously, first the threat's evaluated. There's some attempt to resolve the threat at some point, but also there are lots of steps involved if it's a substantial threat as well. I'm being really brief because we've gone over this probably at least 10 times, maybe. So, but I'm open to any questions. We also did a hearing. There was a slight error that we didn't schedule. We didn't put it on the agenda after the hearing because one of the meetings was canceled. So it was an oversight, and I apologize for that. But I believe it's up for a vote at this point.
Well, we'll ask the board members as well. The idea, remember, is that this is an annual review and an annual process. So the safety plan is reviewed annually. Dr. Bryman, briefly, can you talk about the safety plan committee?
Yes, we did a lot of work on the front end of this in the summer. We met multiple times in breakout groups with collaborative with ITA and others. The committee kind of meets in waves when it's time to redo the plan, but also we'll be having some meetings forthcoming as well.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
for folks at home who may not be able to see the plan, it is a 98-page document.
98
It
pages.
tries to be as thorough and responsive to when we get additional requests or from community members, from parents, from
Right.
caregivers, from teachers, from principals who ask us for additional clarity, and thus the reason for some of the changes that are located here, just to be a little bit more clear and concise
Right.
with our language.
When we do have the committee, we meet with representatives from TST BOCES, local law enforcement. I've recently joined the SHIELD group, which is at the sheriff's office and is a partnership with a lot of local municipalities and organizations. And that has been something new that's happened this year. We've also engaged in deeper threat assessment through SHIELD, through FEMA.
Yeah.
Provided by FEMA.
One
A lot of
question.
acronyms. I'm Marvel. Okay.
Dan, thanks for your work on this as always. I think the public knows by now, all kids, all parents with elementary babies, of course. We invested quite a lot of money into refurbishing the front of each elementary school to make it safe.
Mhm.
And there are protocols associated with that. My question is about the decision tree. Decision tree is only as valuable as the speed with which it can be gone through,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word. Can you talk a little bit about, without revealing anything that shouldn't be revealed, what's that look like and what's the
Sure.
speed at which we can manage it?
I mean, we try to move very, very fast. I would say we can get threats all times of day, all hours. And we're really looking for the communication of intent to harm someone. I mean, that's the first part of the evaluation of the threat. But then we look at it. I mean, obviously, this is a document that's pre-K through 12, right? So if we get a threat at in our elementary schools, we have to make sure, is an expression of humor, rhetoric, is it something that could be easily resolved? Is it something that the student would retract? That might happen more at the elementary level. But then once we keep going through that, if we believe it's a significant threat, of course, we want to protect the victim, right? We also want to warn others as well. And honestly, Eldred, I'll be honest, every threat does appear to be different. So it's easy to go through this tree, but sometimes obviously we'll go faster through some threats than others, if that makes sense. When we're going through this as well, sometimes there's a safety issue that we evaluate a safety issue if it's a serious threat. And if it's a safety issue for the student, we may use a Columbia inventory evaluation for that as well. But and counseling could be referred as well. If it's going towards a threat where law enforcement needs to be contacted, we take that very seriously. But then we do make that call to law enforcement when we do need their help as well. After that, we create a safety plan. A lot of the times we document the plan. If the student's returning to the school, we can put a safety plan in place. We also monitor the plan and revise it if it's needed as well. Now that's really a basic skeleton for threat assessment. But any questions?
I guess the only other part I think I would like to hear a little bit about, if it's different. Everything you talked about just now is an internal threat, right? From a child who may be goofing off.
Okay.
Does the same tree apply for perceived external threats?
From a student to our building, or
a young person, someone 80, whoever might be threatening a building from the outside.
Yeah, we would go through go through a similar procedure for sure. Yeah.
And is that as expedient as the internal threat? I mean, we've had some scenarios,
Honestly,
asking, 'cause we've
honestly,
had some
we're working
scenarios.
we're working as fast as we can through any types of threat. We've been on the phone with law enforcement through the night, through talking to law enforcement 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to evaluate different types of threats. So I would say that we're always treating them in an urgent manner, whether it's outside or internal. We're treating them the same.
I think that's what parents would want to hear.
I mean, Eldred, it also depends on the type of threat or violence that is being, that we receive as well. We're looking, for threat assessment, we're looking, is there a plan? Is it actionable? Is it specific? We're also looking to see if we can verify all that information really quickly.
Dan, I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
That was a very detailed question.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
answer, I should say.
Thank you.
Very easy question. How often do building leaders get retrained on the procedures?
Every summer, I do a training. But many of the principals invite me to their safety teams. In fact, I think I have one this week, where they're asking, and in those situations, there'll be very specific questions, and it'll typically be, when do we go into hold in place? Or when do we use a shelter in place? When are these drills appropriate? And I'll work with the staff and the school to answer all those questions. So once a year, but many schools ask for it more than that. Plus, they also do a number of drills. They do 8 evacuation drills and 4 shelter in place drills a year on top of that. Yeah. So that's the training. That's kind of the job embedded training too.
Just real quick, I just noticed a typo in the red paragraph on the one pager. So it's either past experiences have or past experience has.
Uh-oh.
That's
I'll have to.
And Dan, I'm going to follow up on.
That's probably my error. My apologies.
No,
Yeah.
I'm going to follow up on Eldred's question, and it feels apropos to frame it around this issue, both as information for the community, as well as my own understanding about threat assessment from the outside. Some folks in the community, most folks do not know or may know that the Student of Color Summit elicited a significant amount of press, both locally and unfortunately, nationally, and dare I say, internationally. Some of those stories were picked up by various organizations, which resulted in significant amounts of threats to the superintendent, as well as myself. Death threats, vulgar language, voicemails, things that would make one wonder, why would you volunteer for a position if you're going to have your family or your lives threatened? And so I'm not sure if this is what Eldred was asking, but in those situations where you have an outside threat that is threatening an employee or threatening a school board member or threatening a teacher or a student with significant forms of racist vitriol and a promise to terminate folks, what do we do? Does the safety plan address that?
I mean, the threat assessment.
And Dan, don't feel compelled to answer if it does not, right? I'm not.
Yeah. I'd say in some ways the threat assessment does address some of that, but some of those threats kind of supersede parts of the safety plan. When for those kind of specific threats, obviously we're thinking to partner with law enforcement quicker, much faster for those kind of more significant threats than maybe the examples that I was thinking about that might happen at the elementary school. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Professor, I would add, the threats that we received last week, yourself and myself, and in the past, we've had other, threatening emails and voicemails left on district phones, personal phones. We immediately contact law enforcement. I contacted IPD immediately last week and they took it from there.
Yeah, Sean, I meant everything from that to something we've experienced where a parent, agreed parent or spouse or ex-spouse tries to do something with a child under our supervision. So yeah, I meant the whole gamut of things that can happen from the outside, not just the ones that we see posted in the media all the time.
Appreciate it. Any additional questions for Dr. Bryman? Well, if the board is okay, then it's up for a vote. And so we'll entertain motions for approval.
I move to approve the safety plan for 2023-2024.
Second.
Moved by Karen, seconded by Katie. Additional debate, conversation, questions?
Well, I have a question. This is the 2023-2024 plan, but knowing that in case we don't get to the next year's safety plan until late 2025 or whenever, that this plan will be the plan in
Yes.
effect.
Yes.
Until we vote on the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a continual process. We can start this summer again to talk to the district team, to talk about changes that need to happen for the next version. We can bring in another version to you sometime after that as well. Okay.
Yes, because I noticed with the number of pages, this is definitely an intense document and it covers more than the prior plan did. So it's just always telling the community that it's a continuous work in process that we're doing this.
Right. If we see something that we want to change, we can work on that for the next version that will come to you probably in October. I believe that the timeline is October of next year.
And any changes and modifications require a public hearing, just so folks know. All right, if we're ready, all in favor of adoption? That is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Bryan, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have agenda item 12.3, which is a new policy being introduced. And I'll ask Carrie Burke to join us and thank her and the committee that helped create this.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carrie Burke. I'm Director of Health Services and Wellness for the district. And you have in front of you both actually a policy and procedure, a suicide prevention and response policy and procedure. And this has been introduced previously and discussed in the policy committee. I'd just like to highlight a few things before I entertain your comments and questions and feedback. This policy is based on a model policy that was produced by a number of contributing groups, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the American School Counselor Association, the National Association of School Psychologists, and the Trevor Project. So we weren't starting from square one. We had a very well-developed policy upon which to model our own. Some key considerations here, we included definitions. And although the conversation around mental health and mental health terminology has been much more widespread, well-known, there's certainly some key terms that I think are worth including in sort of level setting understanding about what these terms mean with respect to the school district and suicide prevention and intervention. It requires or calls for a district level suicide prevention coordinator to be appointed by the superintendent or a designee, as well as identifying those professionals at the building level who would be points of contact for issues relating to suicide prevention and procedural considerations. Those include administrators, school counselors, school psychologists, nurses, and social workers. Additionally, in terms of procedure, it calls for annual professional development of all staff receiving information and education on risk factors, warning signs, protective factors, response procedures, referrals, postvention, and resources regarding youth suicide prevention. Those individuals who would be involved in supporting students who are at risk or conducting assessments of students at risk would have further training. So the training that I just discussed was for all staff, that is effectively a minimum. And many of our staff in the district have already received advanced training on attending to youth who are at risk, conducting assessments, and referring them for services. Additionally, it also calls for student-centered education materials to be integrated into the curriculum of all K-12 health classes. There is already a requirement around mental health education, but we would be looking closely at those materials to make sure that it includes accurate and timely information about, largely focused on prevention, the importance of safe and healthy choices, recognizing risk factors, and help-seeking strategies. And it also identifies the Columbia Protocol, known as the Columbia Suicide Severity Risk or Rating Scale, as the assessment tool that would be used district-wide. The Columbia was developed for adolescents, but a number of studies have generated evidence for its use in children aged 6 to 12. And there is also a version available for children as young as 4 to 5 years old. And I think with that, I'll just pause, and I would love your thoughts, feedback, and questions.
Questions, comments, additions, board members? Dr. Krantweiss, do I see you grabbing the microphone?
Yes. Okay. So first of all, thanks so much to you and everybody else who's developing the policy. I know there have been some questions in the past about, what is the policy? And then, in the past, we didn't have a policy. So I think it's very good to have a policy about this, first of all. I had a couple of questions after reading through, and overall, I think it's really great and off to a really good start, if not more than a start. But just a few questions, and I'll try to not take too long. In the area of out-of-school suicide attempts, there's a paragraph that says, if a student contacts the staff member and expresses suicidal ideation, the staff member shall maintain contact with the student and then enlist the assistance of another person to contact the police while maintaining engagement with the student. So just one question I had is sort of, I guess it's a two-part question, but how will staff members be aware of this? How will they keep that in mind, and how will they actually execute that outside the school? And it's okay if you can't answer all of those questions, but those were just questions that came to mind about that.
No, thank you for that question. This is one of the elements we'd have to attend to in the training. I would hazard to say that developing the policy may be the easiest portion of this, because it commits us to annual training, which is yet to be developed, although there are very good models for that out there. So this is something that would need to be attended to in training. It also probably would require the development of some type of easy, ready to reference materials, whether they're print or electronic or otherwise, so that when people are in that space in that moment, they can easily locate, decision points and workflows to help guide them when they're engaged with a student who is ideating around suicide or engaged in an attempt. So no, great question. And I would love, to have, as we move forward, stakeholder input around this piece in particular for the teachers who might be in that space. What would they like to have? What would they like to see at their disposal?
I just had a few more questions, but if anybody else does, you could jump in. In the Get the Facts section, starting on line 190, I just wanted to add something, or maybe consider adding something, that when information about a suicide is shared with students, that parents would also be notified at the same time or around the same time, so that it isn't like where students are learning about something and then they come home and the parents are like, oh, like, what are you talking about? So something where students and parents, get notified concurrently if possible. Just a suggestion. And one other area was on line 244, when we talk about initiating support services. There was a line that says students identified as being more likely to be affected by the death will be assessed by a mental health professional. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about how we will know which those students are and how you might do that.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think in the committee, we talked about it in terms of concentric circles. So starting with the students who have what's called emotional proximity. This is their friend group. These are their best buds. And staff might be the one to identify those. Those with physical proximity to the student, the classmates, teammates. And then moving out from there, students with pre-existing mental health concerns, those who have recently been exposed to suicide through a family member or otherwise, those with a history of suicide ideation, trauma, or substance use issues. So it would be leveraging our networks. It would be talking with the staff first for them to encourage them to report individuals, students that we would be concerned about, for them to be able to be connected with a mental health professional in the building. And going from there, we would also encourage the students themselves to say, feel free to refer a friend or self-report if you yourself or need to talk to someone or you're concerned about one of your peers. And so we would go at it a number of different ways, but we would initially start with the adults in the building.
I just had one last question or comment. In line 270, it says, in all cases, the principal or another senior administrator should attend the funeral. And I was starting to just think about some scenarios where maybe that wouldn't be appropriate or wouldn't be wanted or something like that. And just because we're making a policy and just saying in all cases this should happen, maybe to adjust the language like, whenever possible or if appropriate or something like that, because if a parent didn't want somebody to attend or there was another circumstance, that, just maybe to soften the language a little bit so that we're not requiring it in a case where somebody would feel bad or uncomfortable.
I appreciate that. And that's an excellent point. And it even ties back to communications, that we would work closely with family members to identify what information they want to be shared and not shared and how. And so thank you for pointing that out. In all cases, we would certainly defer to the wishes of the family about attending a service.
So I'm going to go off of Adam's last point. First, I want to acknowledge that having the conversation around suicide is difficult, has potentially triggering or traumatizing for folks, and is a necessity. So I want to acknowledge the reality of this policy, and I think Adam alluded to part of it as well. With that, I also had a couple of questions that were very similar in terms of language, about some of the language that was there, and I'll share these in writing as well. But there was a part about memorials and that the staff should plan a memorial. And I'm also wondering, as you just said, what if a family does not want that? And so part of the policy reads to me as if it's the school district trying to, for lack of a better word, cover bases, which it should do because there's liability. But I'm also trying to empower families to make the determinations about what they want shared. And the same thing is at the end of the policy around the spokesperson would share this, this, and this. But if we get something from a family that says, I don't want you to say anything, then I would like that in policy, that we would yield to what the parents, caregivers, family would ask us to do. And I could share at least some sample language that I'm thinking about that empowers the family to take the lead from me, in all honesty, while keeping children and staff members safe at the same point in time. So that's one thing I was thinking about.
Just a thought on that, I'm sorry.
No.
Just could we do some sort of like an umbrella clause that just says, at the top of the document also, almost, that it's at the discretion.
The policy person to me would say that we need to say it as often as possible, very specifically. One is because those are the things that show back up in lawsuits, if I'm just being honest and transparent. And equally so, that folks may not be reading the entire policy, but only reading the section that most applies to them. And so as much clarity and direction we can give in policy, the better. The beginning begins with a definition of terms, and then I'm reading through and I'm reading something about contagion. And Unfortunately, given my own work, I know what that means, but not everyone is going to know what that means. So there are some phrases that I think we should also give definitions for or spell out to make sure, again, that it's clear. That was something that I was thinking about. And then lastly, also about the spokesperson or any communication that talks about keeping board members informed. And I'd like to get counsel on that. Is that a violation of privacy, or what does that mean, or how can we clarify that? Because while board members may want to be informed, I'm not sure that they can and or should be informed. That particular section talks about any media or outward sort of comment that's made. So that's a little bit different. But I'm also thinking about through the entire policy about who has access and rights to the privacy beyond families. And so I was reading, I was wondering who is the audience as well. Is the audience our greater community? Is the audience the internal school district that may be working through this? Is the audience whomever it is? But there are a couple of phrases, again, I think that we could use just to either soften the language or make it a little bit more flexible or make it a little bit more specific. And with that being said, again, I'll echo what Adam said. It's more than a start. I mean, this is a very well done policy. I like the collaboration that we're using multiple organizations. And I think there are a couple of things that could make it specific to our community as well. Both in terms of maybe position about who is responsible, though we've been careful not to do that because it gets dated quickly, but also just to provide some direction and clarity for folks. What I know about policy, and I'm sure everyone in the room knows it as well, is we don't read policy until we need to. And so in people's most dire time of need, I'd like to make sure this policy is written as lovingly and affirmingly and humanely as we possibly can. And with that being said, Carrie, I know the work that you do, and so I'm so appreciative of this as well. So I'll put, if it's okay by the board, I'll send my thoughts around to all board members as well as to Carrie of just some possible language things, and as we proceed forward from there. Mr. Harris.
Comment and then a question. Comments rhetorical. I see administrators, counselors, psychologists, nurses, and social workers listed here. Are they, would the community consider them as critical as reading, writing, and arithmetic? That's not for you to answer. That's a snide-ass comment for people who think they understand this work. All right, so here's a question. I don't see self-injury short of suicide here, which is the cutting, which are the other things that may be a cry for help, but not actually reaching the level of attempting to take one's life. What is the policy statement around that when adults recognize that in a child?
It's a great question. I think the one place it is attended to in here is largely around the definition section. It talks about self-harm. It can either be non-suicidal or suicidal. There's a lot of other things that play into it. We do have, our mental health practitioners have worked with students who are engaging in self-harm as a means of self-care, self-treatment. It's a way that they are managing whatever mental health concern is present. So it largely involves engagement with the student and referral to services, if not already engaged, or connecting with those providers. So a number of our students may have mental health practitioners. Pediatricians are a great starting point too, that they would then get permission to speak with through the parents, ask the caregivers, may I confer with these practitioners to talk about what I'm seeing in the school setting.
Other comments from board members? A process moving forward. Typically, our policies would go through the policy committee. They would be approved at the committee level, sent to the board for a first reading, sent back to the policy committee for any review, and then sent back to the board for a second reading and adoption. There is a caveat where the board has the authority to pass a policy and adopt it immediately with a 2/3 majority vote. My humble recommendation is that this is something that we want to have by the end of this academic year, that each individual board member, should you choose, send any comments or suggestions to Carrie. We get a rewrite and put it back on the agenda for the 25th. And if board members then approve, we could approve and adopt that evening with the understanding that any and all policies can be modified at any point in time. So to have something on the record is better than having nothing at this point in time. So if it works for the board, that would be my recommendation, that we don't need to take a vote this evening, and it's listed as a discussion item, and then we proceed from there. Any questions or concerns about that path forward, board colleagues? Please.
So the timing, if we were not to do that, would push it into like end of July, maybe. I mean, that is contingent on committee
Yep.
formation at that point.
Possibly. I mean, we wouldn't need a new committee formation to adopt a policy. The board can always do that. It just would not be keeping with what our practice has been, and it would require a 2/3 majority vote. So, right, we wouldn't necessarily be in a rush. We could wait until the end of July or early August. We could also pass something on the 25th with some recommendations and then revisit at the first policy committee in case there's a need to do that as well. And we ask our community members and our experts in our community to give us feedback. It is posted on board docs. Please read the policy, and I know that we've already been working with local organizations as well. Is that an okay path forward, board members?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much,
Thank
Carrie.
you.
Thank you for all the work. This brings us to agenda item 12.4, the Cornell MOU. I do want to note that it is listed on the agenda as a discussion item. And I will yield to the board member who introduced it.
Let me make a few introductory comments on this, and that's I've been kind of a slow learner on this whole issue. I started thinking about it probably 30 years ago when Ben Nichols was mayor and I was on the Board of Public Works, and he was starting to negotiate with Cornell for more regular and higher payments to the city of Ithaca. Over time, I've thought about it periodically and then let it go again. And a few months ago, I thought it was time to bring it up again. And I'm going to read the resolution, and then I'll provide a little bit more information for those who would like to discuss it. Here's the resolution. Whereas the Ithaca City School District Board of Education recognizes the many benefits of Cornell University to our community, and whereas the school district strives to provide a high-quality education to its students, and whereas the children of Cornell students, faculty, and staff make up a significant percentage of the ICSD student population, and whereas Cornell University property is tax exempt, thus keeping much of the land in the school district off the property tax rolls, and whereas the bulk of the district's revenue comes from property taxes, therefore the ICSD School Board wishes to formalize the mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship of ICSD and Cornell University by directing the superintendent to enter into negotiation for a memorandum of agreement with Cornell University to include an annual donation of $10 million to ICSD in lieu of property taxes. So that is my motion. I sent around some information to fellow board members, largely based on an Ithaca Times article written by Margarita Fabrizio in February of 2023. It says, "When will Cornell pay a fair contribution to Ithaca?" Begins on page 8. A couple of little tidbits from that and from other sources I've been able to find. This is not a radical proposal or a new proposal. If you want to look it up, if you look under pilot, P-I-L-O-T, payment in lieu of taxes, you'll find there's a lot of information from various entities to various entities about pilot programs. The University of Pennsylvania pays $10 million a year for the next 10 years to the Philadelphia Public Schools. Brown University pays approximately $1.3 million a year to Providence Public Schools. Princeton pays $4.8 million a year to Princeton Public Schools. Yale and Dartmouth both make significant payments to the cities of New Haven and the city of Hanover. And those are, some of that goes to their public schools as well. So this is a huge undertaking and a lot of specificity will be required. And I don't think for a minute that the school board is able to take that on. And that's why I suggest in my resolution that Dr. Brown be directed to begin those negotiations with Cornell. And that's all I'll say for now. I hope people will join in the discussion.
Comments, questions, reactions, Karen?
So, and I know we've talked offline about this too. So, how did you come up with the amount of $10 million?
I made it up. It's approximately 1/4 of what others have said Cornell might owe if its property wasn't tax exempt. So I really just, as a starting point, said $10 million.
Because it seems, it took me by surprise when I saw this because we're coming from receiving 650,000 to just jump it to 10 million. So that's why I asked a question too, like, historically, how did all of this start? And historically, what has Cornell been given to ICSD over the years? Do we have any of that information? But especially since a resolution is prepared. So I'm wondering if in preparing the resolution, do you have that historic?
I do not have that information. I imagine we could gather it fairly easily. I was more aware of what the city's history was with its donations from Cornell than I am of the school districts.
I'm sure we can probably pull the past 15 years. I think we probably have that information. At least I know from my time on it. So thank you for introducing the conversation. Again, this is listed as a discussion item. This is not to Jill, but this is, I'm asking Jill, but not necessarily to Jill. One of the questions that I have, and this is also what I've been hearing from some folks who've asked me the question, is the examples that have been listed are all private institutions. Cornell has the unique situation of being a recipient of the Morrill Act, and I'll reserve the political discourse around the Morrill Act for a later time. But I will say, as New York State's land grant institution, Cornell, as I remind folks, whoever wants to ask me, that I am an alum of the School of Human Ecology of the State University of New York. And so Cornell is part private and part public. And so I'm wondering how we negotiate that space between private institutions and public institutions. And this is in no way, shape, or form me trying to undermine an approach to try to encourage additional payment. It's trying to understand the reality of what takes place when we're asking a public institution to pay, when a partially public institution to pay more. And so I'm not looking for, I mean, if you want to speak to it, Jill, by all means.
No, I think that would certainly be a very important beginning point to the discussion with Cornell. And I'm sure Cornell has a lot of their talking points already. And, you know, whether it's the endowed university or the not endowed part of the university, public versus private, all of that is open. And Cornell also feels strongly that they make numerous donations to the city and to the school district in form of snow plowing, sidewalk repairs, students who donate their time. So I think that all deserves to be discussed and part of negotiations.
And then my last question for this time being, according to the resolutions that's listed here, say the superintendent approaches Cornell and Cornell says respectfully, thank you, but no thank you. What happens then?
I suppose the superintendent would come back and mention that to us in passing, and we would discuss with him our wishes beyond that.
Or her.
Or her.
I have some thoughts about this, being, like I said, in the email associated with this institution for quite some time as an employee, as a graduate. Families graduated. Willard Straight takeover connections goes back pretty deep. Cornell's public status does not alleviate their responsibility. We are on lands previously inhabited by and managed by indigenous folks for millennia. So the public-private discourse doesn't really resonate with me. If there's a duty to be paid, there's a duty to be paid. To address the part of Jill, well, first of all, thank you again. Let me add to the thanks for bringing this up. It's clearly timely. And timing is unfortunate because Ms. Pollock has decided to step down, so we're going to have an interim, which may make conversation of this sort a little trickier. I would not like to see our superintendent go out there alone on this, though, just because of some of the history that can be brought up. I don't think anybody's ever tried to quantify Cornell's investment in kids here and in the district. I'm sure, like you said, they think they do a pretty good job. But I think we would need somebody who has experience in this kind of negotiations to at least present some facts. I think Dr. Brown could be very good in spearheading a conversation once he's availed to those facts, but to go in not necessarily blind, but with a handout saying, pay what you owe would not lead to the successful results we want. So I don't know who we can research who has done this before, but we could reach out to those other institutions and find out what the leverage points were. I'm sure the ones on the coast are aware of their previous slave investments that might have some bearing on what they do in those communities, but we're far inland enough here that wasn't an issue, but we definitely benefited from decimating indigenous tribes in the Midwest, right, to get that timber and access to the land here.
To that point, I would certainly welcome friendly amendments. The resolution was just something to get it on the table for discussion. So if someone wants to propose some changes to the resolution, I'd be happy to entertain them.
I mean, for my part, Jill, I'm definitely in favor of the spirit of it. It makes me want to be on a whole committee who researches what other municipalities have done that. How did they calculate how much was the final number that they settled on? What is the equivalent of like the per pupil or the per capita rate that the university is contributing? So I think I would just want like a few work sessions to both maybe like Eldred's point, do we have an individual or group spearhead it? Do we have a committee work on it together? What talking points do we have? What is our justification for our asks? All of that very strategically laid out so we have a higher chance of success and people involved feel supported and justified in what they're asking.
I hear you offering to be on such a committee.
As long as it's poolside.
I heard that as well, Jill.
All in favor?
We're volunteers.
Additional comments, thoughts?
Maybe minor and maybe implicit, but I think also that, we want to move forward in a sense of, that we're not really making a demand. We're not saying this has to happen, this ought to happen. But I think we're making a request and we're trying to use other, instances to support that request. And I think there's just been a lot of discussion, I think in public comments and just different things that have been said where people feel very passionately about it. So I just think that we're trying to have, a negotiation and a collaboration. So that should be in the spirit of how we ask. But maybe that everybody knows that already, but just to put that out there.
To address Katie's suggestion, we do have the opportunity for both advocacy and advisory committees for this very purpose. We've done it with a host of other topics as well, with a specialized focus that also has allowed us to bring in outside folks and not just board members, be it community members with expertise, be it folks on a national level with expertise, be it our administrators, our teachers, our transportation folks. So that is a possibility. Yes, it does increase the labor, but it would be, I would humbly argue, it would be again to address some of the things that you were asking, that we'd be a little bit more informed, as opposed to saying to a particular person, go make this happen. I'd be much more in favor of a community approach and response that would, if I heard you correctly, that would help guarantee a higher level of success. That's the phrase I think I heard you.
No, I mean, it would negotiations 101, right? Like gather a lot of information, know what your BATNA is, just, yeah.
That is also social justice 101. Additional comments?
Multidisciplinary.
Gathering of facts, Dr. King's first level of nonviolent direct action. So colleagues, again, it's on a discussion item, so we're not asking for a vote this evening, but a way to proceed. A path forward.
I like the idea of having a subcommittee. I'm definitely not in favor of the additional labor, but I think for something like this, it's not one individual holding it and being responsible, because we need more information. So I heard from the individual that presented it and another board member that said something, so do we proceed with getting a committee together?
And do we want community members on the committee? Because I don't know how that works, but there are some that have a lot of expertise.
Yeah, the committee could be made up of whoever the board decides. It would simply be creating the charge of the committee, and then the membership is open to the board's discretion. There's no set, with an advisory committee, it's far more flexible in terms of who constitutes the membership.
I don't know if that's going on tonight or in 2 weeks.
I don't think we can vote on it this evening because we don't have a charge to vote on the committee. They usually last for a year. Doesn't mean they have to last for a year. Please don't misquote me. But they're usually in existence for a year with an expectation of regular updates to the board. So if that's the idea, maybe I don't know why I'm doing this. Maybe I'll work with Dr. Tripp to create a charge for advisory council if you're willing to work with me on that. And then we can bring it back to the board for further discussion and conversation.
I think it's a great idea. I just have one question. You know, we're talking about revenue for the district. Would this board be just, Cornell focused, or should it be a revenue focused committee where we can look at, all the things we've been discussing related to this, tax abatement, potential, I don't even want to say utility tax, but that is an option out there. I mean, do we want this committee to be more than just that, or do we want it hyper focused on that relationship with Cornell?
I will amend my comment. I will work with my colleague, Jill Tripp and Aaron Croyle, to craft a charge of advisory committee to see if we can't find some commonality. That's just one possibility. It doesn't have to be. I think that's a good question. Other reactions or comments to Aaron's recommendation? Was it a recommendation or just a question?
A recommendation if others are agreeable to consider it.
Aaron, add to your list, if you will, the opportunity to have advertisements on our spaces that are clearly visible. Moresco Field scoreboard is seen by 80,000 people a day, I'm told, and for some reason, other schools in our community that will go unnamed at the moment seem to be able to advertise on buses and in other public places, and we've been told we can't. And I was trying to get an answer out of the governor's office for that, but and it seems like I may run out of time before I can get that answer, but don't forget that one. That's low hanging fruit if we can do it.
And Eldred, we mentioned community members, so, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to the Bahamas for 6 years after this. I've done my time.
So to keep our process moving and our meeting moving forward, I'll reach out to various board members. This may be a situation where the advisory council could be a both and, to be specific, to be exploring an MOU with Cornell as well as additional revenue. There may be a way in which to phrase it like that, so we don't lose sight of what I believe is Jill's primary contention or purpose at this point in time. Doesn't mean it can't expand, but that's what we'll recommend, and we'll figure out what that looks like and how that approaches. Additional questions, comments, suggestions? Jill, is this agree? I'm asking you because you brought the resolution. I want to make sure you're. Fantastic. The next agenda item is 12.5, which is New Roots Charter School students and ICSD. This was brought forward by Eldred, and so I'll ask you to speak to it, Eldred.
Happy to, and I will have a proposal to the group by the 25th with about 18 whereases, but for now, just a thought experiment. So New Roots is our neighbor. The vast majority of kids who attend that school are our children, well, children who live in the district who otherwise would attend New Roots. And our relationship with them has been challenging, especially in the beginning. But I am proposing that we are at a point now where we go in a different direction. But first, let me give you just a little brief bullet point background on the issues. Right, so there's some initial anger from this board and other boards that every child whose parents decided that New Roots was a better fit for that child left with a check that would ordinarily be coming to the, in our case, Ithaca City School District. I don't know the exact amount now, but I know it's over $1 million that we send them on an annual basis, give or take a couple of thousand, depending on their enrollment. So there's that emotional issue that's been out there for a very long time. There are other emotional issues that are also tied up with financing for some of the things that they are now reaching out to us to support them with, and one is accessing BOCES. As I understand it, every time we send a child to BOCES, we send a check. So BOCES can run their programming. So I've asked New Roots to investigate the truth to that latter statement because I'm not really sure how that works. If one of our administrators here knows, feel free to join us at the table. There are other issues that maybe we cannot control, even if we wanted to, and those would be issues of, let's say, BOCES capacity, right? I know they're struggling with physical space, right? And they're struggling with capacity within their programs. But they also have a lot of undersubscribed programs, and we've talked about them at this table. If New Roots children could participate in those undersubscribed programs, maybe that could be a win-win for both BOCES and New Roots through us. The last point that's worth considering as you all go down the road, we have issues with students who are struggling in our district. I've often thought that we should have had a closer partnership with New Roots so we could exchange those students. If our students are struggling and we send them there and New Roots can return them to learning here, wouldn't that be a benefit? We're always going to have students like that from whichever stripe, ethnicity, language, etc. We never have managed to have this conversation because we could not overcome the emotions involved. My perspective from day one has been the more options for kids, the better this community will be. Not every child is suited to be in a large public school district. That high school is something else, and I'm from the Bronx. We know we have Lehman. Lehman has capacity issues as well. So there's always going to be an overage of students who want something else. So those are some thoughts. You know, I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I'm only proposing it now because it seems like the moment, the zeitgeist somehow might be less angry and aggressive towards those kids whose parents are making decisions that are none of our business, frankly. And if we were having success with every single one of our kids, I wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'm throwing that out there. Discuss as you will. Like I said, I'll have something in writing that lays out some of these points on the 25th.
Comments, questions, additions?
I just think it's a great idea and thank you for bringing it up.
I, for my part, don't know enough about this whole context. So in addition, I don't want to give you more work, Eldred, but feel free if there's resources that you want to throw at us in the interim to help us understand the nuances of this context more fully. I would appreciate it.
Yes, I've always been a proponent of public education wherever the child is educated and families have choices. And I understand that wherever the child goes, the money follows the child to educate the child. And of course, there's this whole loop of providing services, additional services for a child at New Roots. So I'd like to really look at financially where we are, and if the child is not here, but at New Roots, the child is being educated at New Roots, the money should follow the child there. So I know that this has been in discussion within the community for years now, and I just really want to hear more because of, it's somewhat muddled at times too.
I think to that point, it also would benefit us to gather more information. I know that we received multiple requests from New Roots parents and caregivers wanting access to programs at TST BOCES. In the past year, I've received requests from parents and caregivers asking why students at New Roots are not allowed to merge with the Ithaca City School District for athletics, like we do with other sports teams. And I've also been asked, for example, for the Ithaca High School Social Justice Week, why New Roots students weren't allowed to attend and participate in activities like that. There's a variety of reasons. One, folks should know that New Roots is considered to be its own school district. So it would be the equivalent of saying to Trumansburg or Dryden or Newfield, whatever district you want to say, that some of those same nuances apply here. But it is a conversation that I think is worth restarting, or at least finding some additional information and seeing if there are areas where there would be some mutually beneficial partnerships. And we may find that ed law says no, but it'd be good to have those answers. And if I'm not mistaken, this has probably changed, but at one point in time, New Roots Charter School was the only charter outside of the Big Five. So that may have changed. I should get my facts straight, so please don't quote me on that. But historically, it has been the only charter school outside of the Big Five. And so it does raise some additional questions when there aren't as many available options outside of that. So we'll wait for Eldred's resolution to at least continue some conversation. In the meantime, yes, if there is additional data, that would be great for us to explore or share, and we can proceed from there.
The last thing I'll say is to answer some of your points is I understand it now. Because they are their own school district, nobody can figure out why they don't have access to BOCES, right? Just like Trumansburg or Lansing or any of the other multiple districts under our BOCES. It seems to be, and I'll talk to Kate about the legality, but it seems to be right now a issue of political will and about overcoming the strained emotions of all of the districts involved. This has come up at our BOCES meetings, and folks, I think our group is evolving a little quicker than our peers. Well, I'll just say that.
Eldred, one thing I'd love for you to provide is what about students at New Roots with IEPs, 504s? Do they access BOCES? I mean, legally, they should be able to, but I'd love to have that information on
That's a
how
good-
their services.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
To Sean's point, I know we provide transportation, we provide certain services around IEPs, psychologists and social workers, but I don't know the full scope of what we do and the costs. I'll see if I can get it in 2 weeks.
Additional comments, questions? Thank you. We'll look forward to what's coming next at our next board meeting. Our last agenda item is more for information purposes, feeling compelled to inform the community on June, I don't even know what day it was. On June 3rd, the Board of Education went into an executive session. And while we were in executive session, a member of the public stood outside of the door, seemingly to listen to the conversation, which is a breach of confidentiality and privacy, and potentially a significant problem that may even be criminal. And so we wanted to, one, inform the public that there was a confidentiality breach. The investigation is still ongoing. The board has not had any conversation together about it at this point in time, other than sharing some information, some resources. And we will keep folks informed if there is an action to be made or a decision that should happen. But we wanted to let folks know that that took place at our last executive session.
It was on June.
It was on June 4th. It was on June 3rd. It was a Monday. Yep. It was on June 3rd. It was a Monday. Board members, am I missing anything in particular or any additions? There you are. We will keep our community informed as best we can as things progress. Thank you for sticking with us past 10 o'clock. We will bring the meeting to a close and we will see everybody soon. Please go out and vote. Apparently that's a cue to begin. Good evening, good folks. We will open this evening's budget hearing. We appreciate folks being in attendance. A couple of key things to begin and to frame our budget hearing. One, again, the board is always appreciative for folks sharing and the engagement. There is a 3-minute timer. You will hear it. I will do my best to keep folks to those 3 minutes. If you are nearing the end of your comments, I'll ask you to finalize what you're saying so it's not a significantly hard cutoff. A reminder about Board of Education policy. It is against board policy to name any employee or student or board member by name. If that is done, again, I will interject. I will interject with the comments that are being there. We will provide a little bit more of a timeline in terms of how we got here as well. We are honored that Amanda Verba will present a little bit of the information for the revote budget as well. If there are questions that folks have, please feel free to ask. If we do not have them already answered, we will ensure that they get put up on what I would consider a robust Q&A page. Amanda, thank you to you and your team. I know it is not always the easiest for some folks to navigate given the number of questions, but it has a good search feature as well. And if you are unable to find the information that you're looking for, please, by all means, use the Let's Talk portal or reach out to either the board as a whole or individual board members, and we will do our best to present you with the information that you are seeking. The good thing about being a governmental agency is all information is out there, while I also recognize it is not always the easiest to find. So for this evening, we'll begin with a 3-minute revisiting of additional information. Again, I would remind our community and folks at home that there have been multiple board meetings discussing the revote budget. One that happened immediately after the last vote, as well as our meeting last Monday, my apologies, our meeting last Monday. So folks can check that meeting out as well for additional information. But again, probably the best mode of communication would be to reach out directly to board members and or our exec team. So with that, oh, and then lastly, apologies. Our current hearing has, as we've had practice for some time, is scheduled for 30 minutes. I see that there are more than 10 people who have signed up. And so the budget hearing will go as long as necessary for the people who've signed up on the list. And if I see my colleague, Dr. Jill Tripp, has the sheet, and I would ask to give Jill Tripp grace for any name pronunciations. And if we misspeak your name, if you would please speak your name into the microphone when you come up so we can make sure we have an accurate recording of folks who spoke to the board this evening. So Amanda, thank you greatly for joining us. And if you want to begin with a revisiting of the budget that the board has put forward for next week's vote, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the budget hearing for the proposed revote budget. The date for the budget revote is June 18th. That is on a Tuesday. It is the same polling locations that you used in the prior vote in May. It is also the same time frame, noon to 9. And it will be the same format, right? You'll have ballots there. There will only be 2 propositions on this ballot. The first is the budget information. As you can see, thank you to Dr. Tripp, we created just a 1-pager that we've been using at the community conversations that sort of captures the current budget that we're in, which is sort of that header above the top of this slide. We are in fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 24's budget amount is $158,588,080. And the current fiscal year 24 levy is $714,290. In May, along the bottom of this slide, this is just a summary of what was proposed in May that was rejected by the voters. The board came back together immediately after those results were delivered, and they considered a couple of options, of which you see 2 of them on this slide. The first one on the left is the proposed revote budget. This is the budget that you will see on the ballot in June 18th. You will see that this budget, unlike the budget that went out in May, has an amount that is a 2.79% increase from the current $158 million. So we're asking for $163 million. We are asking for a levy amount that is just over $3 million from the prior year, or a 2.92% increase. That is below the tax cap calculation that we provide to New York State, which is $111 million. So this is actually below that tax cap. If you compare the budget revote to the May proposition, the Board of Education, the executive team, the budget developers, and other stakeholders came together and reduced that initial budget in May by about $5.9 million. If you'd like further details about those reductions, including graphics around the units that are most impacted, the salaries associated with those units, the number of positions that are impacted with those reductions, the June 3rd board meeting slide deck is available in multiple locations, both on board docs and also on the school district website, the budget development website. We have also added information that will help voters be more informed, which will include things like a revenue projection document. You saw this with the original budget. This is corrected now for the budget revote, and it shows all the different revenue streams that the district will be bringing in, none of which have changed except for the levy. We are still having a reduction in foundation aid, but just a little bit of an increase in state aid. We are seeing other revenue sources increase mainly due to our investments that we have, as well as our reimbursements for Medicaid and our BOCES refunds, which are monies that we don't use at the end of the year. We are also allocating fund balance and reserves at the same amount. So there are savings accounts dollars that are being allocated to balance the budget to support this change in revenue that we have experienced. Along with the revenue projection, there is a budget presentation report, which is the line by line budget that people often like to look at because it tells you very specifically by code, and our budgets work by code, what the monies are going towards for the operations. And you can start right at the code 1010 and you go all the way through to the 999 codes. And you can see that we have made improvements to that document. We have included not just the prior year, the current fiscal year that we're living in, along with the proposed budget amount, the dollar change and the percentage change, but also if it is a salary line, the number of positions that are included in that salary line. That was direct feedback that we received from community members and stakeholders to have it in one place so that you didn't have to go searching. So that is all on that document for you as well. Again, that is found on the website, the budget development website. Finally, on the far right, there has been a request to also allow for stakeholders and community members and voters to understand what happens if the revote does not pass. The revote requires a 50% passage rate because it is under the cap. If a revote does not pass in New York State, school districts go to contingency budgets. Contingency budgets, it does not mean that someone from New York State Education Department comes in and does a takeover. What it means is that there are prescriptions by law and statute that are outlined that boards of education must follow to identify what they are allowed to spend their monies on and what they can determine what is remaining to spend the monies on, given the remaining amount of money that they have after they fund the mandated programs and hold true to the bargained agreement contractual obligations. So you will see here that a contingency budget, there's information here. The levy must remain the same as the year that you are in. So you'll see that 107 million is the same as that bar across the top. There is no vote required because this is where you land after that revote if it's not passed, and it would require additional reductions. Total of 9 million from the May proposition, and then another, as you can see, from $5.9 million where we are right now. That would be another 3.1 million. So you will see that we will have to make $3.1 million. There's also a lot of, wonderings about the tax rates. We put those as well. Please note that those are estimations. Those estimations must be estimations because we do not receive total taxable value amounts for our Ithaca City School District until August. And that comes from the Tompkins County Department of Assessment.
Very helpful. Board members, anything that you'd like to add?
Can we take a minute? People don't take their seats. I think a lot of people are standing here. Just wondering.
I don't know if there's any more chairs. for folks to sit.
There's 3 or 4 chairs here and one over there. If people want to try to take this moment to find a chair, see them stand.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amanda, for that brief overview. There may come opportunities where we are not able to answer a question here this evening. But again, we're keeping record of all questions that are asked, and we will do our best to promptly update the FAQ page. If you do not find an adequate response, again, reach out to your board members and or use the Let's Talk portal. With that being said, in respect out of people's time, we will begin the hearing part of this budget hearing. And I'll yield to my colleague, Jill.
First up, Jacob Schifrin.
That is how you pronounce my name. Thanks, Jill. I hate talking first. I hate being timed. Let's go. So my name is Jacob Schifrin. I'm a parent of three, a ninth grader, a first grader, and a soon-to-be kindergartner. And I'm also an educator. I was a teacher, a principal, and I designed coursework for in-service teachers in elementary education. I grew up in Ithaca, was away for a while, and I'm now been back for 3 years. And back in the day, my dad was on the Board of Education. So I just want to say I deeply respect how hard you work for no money and a lot of grief. So since I grew up here, I have seen some positive changes in the Ithaca City School District, in particular attention paid to students who were, I think, very much marginalized 30 years ago. And the teachers, for the most part, I see one of my kids' teachers here are wonderful and care deeply about kids. In the midst of this, I worry that there is an issue with leadership and direction that is being confused for a budget crisis. I think it was a huge mistake to try and pass a budget that raised taxes so significantly. I do plan on voting yes for this new, more reasonable budget. I was reading Dr. Brown, who recently said regarding—
Please, no names.
What? Oh.
Please do not mention any names.
Oh, okay. I was reading this, the superintendent, okay, sorry, who said we want to be inclusive, it costs. We want to be equitable, it costs. And we want to be the best school district in America, it is expensive. And personally, as a parent, I don't care about us being the best school district in America. As a parent, I care about the basics of a safe and supportive learning environment, a well-taught and coherent curriculum, and the opportunity for my kids to grow as social and productive human beings. And I don't think this requires out-of-the-box thinking. It requires a district-wide commitment to getting the basics right and doing what works instead of stuff like saying that we're going to be the best school district in America. I want to share a few reflections and ideas. I think we could all agree that we want safe environments for all kids. And so the state of behavior in the Ithaca City School District that I have seen is I don't believe that there's a district-wide approach to basic classroom management. There's a commitment to meeting the needs of individual students, but not a commitment to classrooms where learning can consistently take place. My kindergartner spent the first 3 months of the school year in an environment where a student constantly screamed vulgarities without being removed from the classroom. Very little learning happened, and I'm shocked that that teacher didn't quit. This year, my child's teacher did quit after 3 months of failing to set up a safe learning environment. So this is actually the norm for my kid, like not an exception. I wish we had district-wide expectations for behavior to ensure that every classroom is a learning environment, that we trained teachers on how to set up routines and procedures and manage a class and implemented a district-wide approach for social emotional learning. I also want coherent academics for kids, and I think we could agree on that as well. Right now, I have no guarantee that my elementary age child will have, for example, time in science and social studies. Despite a year-long pilot and assurances to me that that Ithaca City School District would select a reading comprehension program, they have not identified a reading comprehension program for K-2 or for 6 through 8.
If you could summarize, that'd be great.
Sure. So I want to say that our kids right now are in school and they're waiting to learn. I think there are things that work, such as I hope we pass a cell phone ban at the middle school. That works. I hope that we adopt curriculum for our K-8 programs. That works. And I think the budget wasn't just voted down because of money. It also was because of concern about the direction of the district, because we spend too much money to fail to do what works. And I think that all students suffer as a result, especially for those who depend on school the most. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Before we proceed, anyone who speaks or does not speak or is not able to finish your comments, please know you can send your comments to the board clerk in full, and they will get to all board members, so we have the opportunity to read all of them as well. Dr. Tripp.
Heather Beasley.
Hi, this is my first time speaking here, so I'll do my best. I am the parent of 2 children, a 2nd grader and a 4th grader at Cayuga Heights Elementary School. I've been very active in the PTA, in the PTA Council, in enrichment programs for children at the schools. I'm an educator, a math specialist, and do teacher education work. So I really value the work that you all are doing and the commitment to improving our schools, and on behalf of my own family and children, but also on your focus on inclusive education and supporting marginalized students. I'm here to speak in favor of voting for the revote. I believe that voters made their voices heard on May 21st. The revised budget represents a significant decrease from what was originally proposed, from a 6.5 increase in overall spending to a 2.8 increase. And we also have 3 new board members as a result of the vote. So I think that voters have made a statement, and now it's time to make a statement in favor of our children and our teachers and our communities. Just a few points that I think have gotten mixed in with the decisions to vote for or against the budget. Higher level district administrators have individual contracts with the Board of Education. Therefore, the issue of administrator salaries, including the superintendents, is a separate issue from budget negotiations. If the revised budget doesn't pass on June 18th, we go to a contingency budget. And I don't know for certain what the consequences of that are in terms of cuts in staff programming and services, but I do know that it will directly impact our school and our children. And this is not fear mongering, it's the reality of a contingency budget. I feel like that the revised budget has also helped support us in understanding some clarified priorities, including literacy and math curriculum. My understanding is that the revised budget emphasizes those as priorities. Also, the property assessment, if we vote down the budget, is not going to change. It really has had an impact on all of us who are homeowners in the district. And I feel the pain, and I know a lot of people do. If we vote down the budget, it's not going to change our assessments. This is an issue that could be taken up with the local tax assessor and our state representatives in longer term advocacy about how we support and fund our public schools. To summarize, if you voted no once as a statement of discontent, now it is time to vote yes as a statement of support for our children, teachers, school, and broader community. I've been in conversation with many educators, teachers, after school program coordinators, and they're all very, very, very concerned and worried that this next budget is going to go down and it will go to a contingency.
Last statement, please.
Yes. Please don't rely on social media posts for information. Take action now to educate yourself about the realities of the budget options. I've been really encouraged by the receptivity of board members and ICSD administrators in regards to inviting questions and dialogue and addressing questions and concerns. So thank you.
And again, I will do my best to gently encourage folks to stick to the timeline as best as I possibly can. Dr. Tripp.
Rebecca Fisher.
I talk fast, so that shouldn't be a problem.
People listen slow.
My name is Rebecca Fisher, and I'm here to advocate for the proposed budget and our current administration. I speak today as a homeowner, business owner, community member, ICSD staff member, and parent. These views are my own and may not represent the opinions of everyone within these groups. The recent budget rejection underscores our community's frustration with the assessment process, rising house costs that outpace income growth, and systemic challenges within our school system. These issues are not unique to the ICSD, but are significant concerns that need to be addressed. Adopting a contingency budget would result in significant cuts to essential programs such as sports, field trips, arts, after-school activities, and PTA programs. These programs are essential for working families and student enrichment, offering safe spaces and access to opportunities for students to explore their interests, develop new skills, and build relationships beyond the classroom. A contingency budget would further increase class sizes, diminishing individual attention for students and adversely affecting academic performance. This places an overwhelming burden on teachers who are already stretched thin and nearing burnout as they strive to meet the diverse needs of their students. This can lead to lower academic performance, increased behavioral issues, as students are less likely to receive the support they need. Smaller class sizes are crucial for fostering a conducive learning environment where students can thrive. Reflect on someone who believed in you during your childhood. Were they an educator, an ESP, a related service provider? For me, it was my track coach who instilled in me perseverance and hard work. This relationship had profound impact on my development and success. Athletics and arts provide purpose, community, and accountability to our students. Our athletic director repeatedly states that our scholars are scholar athletes and scholars first. The success of our children lies in the relationships they build with educators. Teachers, administrators, including deans, educators for inclusion, and associate principals are essential to student development. If students need accountability provided by the building administrators around attendance, grades, and social navigation to foster self-reliance and independence. With the already imminent cuts, I am very concerned for the impact of all of our children, especially marginalized folks. Positive role models are particularly vital for students of color. The absence of these influences due to lack of financial support for those positions that are on the chopping block significantly impact children's identity, self-esteem, academic performance, behavior, career aspirations, and mental health. Seeing themselves reflected in their mentors helps students of color foster a positive sense of identity and belonging. It's important to recognize the inadequacy of teacher salaries. Teachers are the backbone of our educational system, yet their compensation does not reflect their crucial role. We also need systems to support building administrators who handle day-to-day. I can talk faster.
A closing
All right, I
statement.
will summarize. I will skip ahead to, all right, last step, two-part. So though any tax increase is a challenge, it's necessary investment in our children's future and the vitality of the town. While concerns about the superintendent and central administration salaries are valid, it's crucial to consider the severe impact a contingency budget would have on our children. It's also important for us to consider whether our implicit biases could be affecting our perspectives. Prioritizing our children's education is not about dollars and cents. It's about ensuring a thriving, vibrant community where families want to live and grow.
Larson Wing. Okay. Oh,
We'll cycle back or we'll check
Okay.
with them with Emily if need be.
Melissa Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Belisa Gonzalez, and I am speaking today as a parent of 2 young children, an educator, a supporter of public education, and as someone who comes from a proud family of teachers. I am also speaking as a taxpayer and a homeowner, although these 2 last identities are not my guiding north. My guiding north is equity and justice. And in this case, equity in education. I'm here to urge folks to vote in favor of the revote budget. While the revote budget is a watered down version of that which I believe we needed, it is the best chance we have at continuing to invest in our children's education, a point that has been lost far too often. This is not just a vote for my children, but all children and students who attend ICSD schools and the people who educate, feed, transport, and keep them safe throughout the school year. We are a community, and as such, it is our responsibility to think about not just our children and our future, but everybody's. And while that absolutely includes finding solutions for a lack of affordable housing in Ithaca, this budget This budget vote will not fix or even begin to address that complex problem. What a vote against a revote budget will do is ensure that the most vulnerable amongst us continue to suffer the consequences of centuries-old inequality. If we do not pass the revote budget, the contingency budget goes into effect, which means that ICSD buildings will only be available for instructional programming. This consequence will eliminate all partnerships with outside groups that meet in those buildings, such as sports like elementary grade basketball, which I coach, that are run through the Ithaca Youth Bureau, the Lego League, any partnerships with Cornell and Ithaca College. PTA programming will also be severely limited. Even school-sponsored extracurriculars will be negatively impacted and limited. Any program you can think of that has a community partner and meets in an ICSD building will be canceled under a contingency budget. This is not only undermines our relationship with the larger Ithaca community, but it also limits participation in the types of programs that have been shown to have a positive impact on graduation rates and increased educational attainment overall. Under a contingency budget, partners and programs that occur in non-ICSD buildings will also be negatively affected by the limitations placed on transportation. This means children and parents who rely on ICSD buses to transport children to aftercare programs such as GIAC, Ithaca Youth Bureau, IC3, and et cetera, would now have to find another way to get them there. For many of us, that would mean leaving work early, which again would have a disproportionate impact on hourly and part-time workers. Under a contingency budget, there is no purchasing of new supplies or materials of any kind. And again, this would have a negative impact. I'm going to make my closing statement. I learned from the other folks. Disproportionately impact on economically disadvantaged families, as teachers would rightfully look to parents to supplement those supplies. And so I ask you to vote yes on the revote. And while you're looking at the wonderful materials that are available on the board website about the contingency and the revote budget, I want us to ask ourselves, what kind of community do we want to be? The one that considers ourselves and our own interests, or the one that always considers those who are most negatively affected by our decisions, and in this case, our vote?
Ellie Fulmer. Ellie Fulmer.
Hi, everyone. I'm writing to express my strong support for the revote budget that you have voted to move forward with, to bring to a vote. I wish to urge ICSD voters to vote yes, as opposed to falling to a contingency budget. I am also writing in support of equity and inclusion efforts of ICSD, including restorative justice, a new dress code that I've heard about, Black Lives Matter at School Week, and the Students of Color Summit, as well as many informal ways that ICSD educators lift their voices to support all students. I'm a teacher, educator, and a social scientist at Ithaca College as a faculty member in the Department of Education. I work with my colleagues to prepare future teachers, and many of our graduates become teachers in ICSD. I have the privilege of being a visitor in Ithaca schools every single semester, and I work closely with our very skilled mentor teachers in ICSD classrooms. My colleagues and I pride ourselves on working side by side with our partner schools, teachers, and programs, and listening to their needs. In this letter tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but from the informed position of my professional practice as someone who studies education and works closely with new and experienced teachers. I support the revote budget. Language at the most recent board meeting that I saw online, where one of the speakers during public comment included in his statement against a budget revote, they said, probably all of you, implying the board members, deserve a contingency budget. This is a misunderstanding about who the school district budget serves and who would be negatively impacted by a contingency budget. Meeting the academic, health, and social needs of children and youth is expensive. A vote for contingency budget would come with devastating results for children, across ICSD, as well as making educators' efforts more challenging than they already are. There is a full and detailed PowerPoint available, thank you, to learn more about the revote budget versus a contingency budget, and I hope all of us are able to read that. So this may now be common knowledge, but I wanted to share. In short, a contingency budget would halt after-school programs, field trips, and extracurriculars. It would increase class sizes and cancel nearly all transportation beyond AM and PM school buses, such as a pause in transportation to offsite after-school programs like GIAC and YMCA that families rely on. Class sizes would undoubtedly increase due to fewer classroom teachers because of a contingency budget, which comes with a hiring freeze, as I understand it. I've taught elsewhere in a 5th grade classroom that was double the typical size of an Ithaca School District classroom, and it was exhausting. Words cannot describe the level of exhaustion and additional work that comes with very large class sizes. Please support educators and children by voting yes for the revote budget. Moreover, equity and inclusion efforts such as Black Lives Matter at School, restorative justice, and others are essential for students to develop critical thinking, cultivate empathy, attain high academic achievement, and establish leadership and employment skills. Almost done. These efforts in ICSD have again come under fire recently, and sometimes the critiques are directly linked to concerns over the ICSD budget. The district may not be perfect in these efforts, who is, but calls for halting them, as in cries of so-called anti-white discrimination, would be to seek to halt centuries-long efforts towards justice, not to mention halting learning and growth on these topics that would positively affect our community. Thank you.
Larson Wing.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Larson Wing, and I'm a former student of ICSD and a current district resident. This year, 11 out of 686 New York school budgets were voted down, 1.6%. This budget had double the usual turnout and a fraction of the usual support. This could not be a clearer vote of no confidence in the way this district has previously been administrated. This reaction is not just people angry about their taxes being raised. 4 of our schools are now classified by the state as in need of serious support, a scathing designation for which the administration has not offered a plausible answer. Claiming that our schools are doing just fine and that the DOE has no issues with their performance is fundamentally incompatible with the very clear statement made by the DOE. The chief justification for the increased expenses that we've heard have emphasized the educational experiences that ICSD students receive. I went through DeWitt Middle School and Ithaca High, and I had fantastic relationships with several of the teachers at both of these schools. And I did have an excellent educational experience. Unfortunately, my little brother is now in Ithaca High School, and many of the teachers I love so much have left the district because of an emphasis on expansion of the administration at the cost of teacher support, responsibility, and compensation for our teachers, who are the best part of this district. The lack of support these teachers felt from the administration has deprived students in this district of fantastic educators, and there are direct ramifications. Our math proficiency has fallen 30% in the past decade, and Regent pass rates are decreasing as well. This revote proposal is a significant improvement over the initial budget. There are still issues. There's one crucial takeaway. We're not seeing any cuts in administrative officials, really. The average school district the size of Ithaca has a superintendent and 2 assistant superintendents. That is the entirety of their central administrative staff. We have 7 central staff rather than 3. In the past 10 years, Ithaca High alone has gained 3 associate principals and 3 deans. They've also cut a number of AP and honors classes, depriving students of the ability to push themselves and take on new challenges. During my time at IHS, they built brand new offices for brand new administrators, while teachers in the upstairs G wing were killing rats with their shoes. This revote, while it does not address all of the problems with the facing ICSD, I will still vote for it because I believe in our students, like my brother, having more than the bare minimum. Still, there are new people on the school board, there are new people in the administration, and I really would like to see more of an indication that the people in charge of this district are listening to their constituents, trimming the excess in the budget, and not trying to financially damage Ithaca residents. The administration is continuing to bloat at the expense of those they purportedly serve. So I will vote for this. I will vote for this revote budget, but I hope that in the future, the board and the administration will be more responsive to their constituents and demonstrate a real commitment to both the students they serve and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Cheyenne Osterich.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Osterreich. I'm a mother of a South Hill fifth grader. I appreciate the work that the district finance office and the board has done to put together a revised budget after the previous one failed. The work and time that is going into this process is incredible, and I want to recognize that. I also want to recognize the reality that when communities vote in public school budgets, this represents one of the only times that communities get to vote on other people's salaries, public employee working conditions. To me, it is no coincidence that this industry is predominantly women. I'm going to vote for the new budget proposal. I voted for the first one. The first budget would have supported adjusting district salaries and acquiring supplies, both of which have been highly impacted by the 4% inflation we have all seen. I strongly support the district's goals that are reflected in the new budget, even though they can't meet the 4% inflation target. Our housing assessments, which have affected many people, are also driving the inflation numbers, and a lot of people in the community are suffering from the tax obligation, but are also benefiting from increase in equity. So there is some disadvantage and inequality that has been generated through that process, and I think it's important for us to consider that. All students are entitled to learning environments, students with a variety of needs, marginalized students, be it racially marginalized, low-income marginalized. For example, 40% of the students in this district are on free or reduced lunch. Students with special ed status. All of these students, just like everybody else, are entitled by law to receive the same education as high-income, white, general education children in the academic, like my son. Supporting these students, like the superintendent has said, does cost money. We need to support salaries to attract and retain the staff to foster these goals. For example, I'm strongly in support of the detracking math efforts in middle school, and this requires creativity and dedicated staff and salaries to attract such creative and dedicated staff. I want to just comment about the little pockets of love that happen in this district that would evaporate with a contingency budget. My son just had a minor surgery. He's not sleeping very well. He's a little bit uncomfortable, but he came home just yesterday to say he came up with a new way to sleep. Normally he's very shy, but when he gets to know an adult well, he can open up to them. And he tells me he was chatting about his situation with the woman in the lunchroom that takes care of lunch and recess. And this time that the woman took to chat with him is the kind of time that evaporates with a contingency budget. Fewer staff, less time, less attention for everyone.
Closing statement.
Just want to say many people in the community are concerned about the property values. I understand, my family too, but our children, our teachers, our after-school programs, the ESPs, bus drivers, arts and athletics, they're on the line. Please vote for this revote.
Steve Manley will be joining us virtually, I believe.
You're on mute, Steve.
Okay, the first unmute button didn't work. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and the community this evening. My name is Steve Manley. I am the parent of 3 students in the school district, 2 at Bell Sherman and 1 at Beverly J. Martin. I am also the treasurer of the PTA Council. I'm here tonight to encourage individuals within our community to vote for the revote budget presented to us. I want to thank the Board of Education and the staff of the district who have worked long hours to listen to our community and who have adjusted the budget from its initial presentation and vote. The work you all have been asked to do has been physically, emotionally, and mentally demanding, and you have handled it with responsibility and with decorum. The public voted no on the previous budget and did so for a variety of reasons. This current budget may or may not respond to every one of the reasons people used individually and in their families to make their voting decision. Nevertheless, I and the executive committee of the PTA Council encourage our community to vote for this budget. A vote against this budget will not change tax assessments. Mine and my wife, our assessment went up as well. A vote against this budget will move our schools into a contingency budget, which will dramatically impact the ability of our school to provide the extra programs and opportunities that make living in this district special. A budget should be a reflection of the values of the organization that proposes it. And I am extremely grateful for the work and openness of this board and district staff for hearing the community concerns, responding by answering questions throughout the community, in person and online, and breaking down the numbers into the people, the programs, and the student-facing impact outlined by the numbers of this budget. This new budget is presented as student-facing and aims to maintain student programs, supports, and instruction. I encourage our full community to continue asking their questions and to engage with our schools and the district throughout the year. Share your thoughts, ask questions, be present. This looks different for everyone. It could be committing yourself to be present at a Board of Ed committee meeting, or joining your school PTA, or, and of course, here's a plug, joining us on the PTA Council. Next week, engagement looks like voting. Vote yes, stay engaged. Thank you for your time tonight.
Every now and then we need a moment of levity, and I think Steve gets a gold star for not having the timer go off so far. So, Dr. Tripp.
Lee Rogers.
Hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi. Lee Rogers, West Hill on Hector Street. I want to open with some advice from an administrator at one of these meetings. And he asked that when we open, that we be positive and we be respectful. And I want to thank the board for being that way, for being here tonight. I see there are a couple people missing. That's too bad. There's another piece of advice that comes from veteran stand-up comedians to the fledgling comedians. And I was just informed that people didn't know this expression. Blue, going blue. That means potty talk. Okay. So the advice that the veterans comedians give to the fledgling comedians is don't do blue. If you do blue, you can't do the big rooms. Okay. So there's a lot of talk about feelings, My feeling right now is I want to go blue because it's right on the tip of my tongue, because I am desperate not to have to leave my home. And that's what this is going to do. Okay. One of the things. There's a reoccurring character on the Simpsons cartoon, and she shows up over the decades in several episodes. Now, she has one line, and she responds with this line, no matter what the issue, no matter what the subject. And that line is, what about the children? And she says it in a quivery, crying voice. That's what I feel. The only thing we're talking about here is children. Again and again, I hear if you vote no, the children will suffer, as if this is just a community of children. We're not just a community of children, okay?
No, please, no commentary.
We're not just a community of children. Others will suffer. Working families, the very people who keep this city running, they will suffer. Single parents of school children will suffer. And grandparents, retired people on fixed incomes will suffer. Why will these demographics suffer? Because 37% of Ithacans pay 100% of the school taxes, and only the wealthy can keep up. So what about working class people? It's like working class people that work in a ski resort or a beach community. They cannot live in the community where they work. So they have to go further afield and they have to make long commutes. Single parents are stressed to the max. Believe me, I know, because I grew up with a single parent and lived in a community much like Ithaca. With my mother and two sisters, I lived in a 3-room apartment. I'll sum up. Sometimes my grandparents had to help. And what about grandparents on a fixed income? LBJ and the Great Society platform was faced with a stubborn Congress. And his argument was always, and I quote, "You just can't treat grandma like that." Then Medicare came about because of that. Finally, and I am going to sum up, PR people advise that Ithaca is a liberal, progressive community. I say we don't live up to that yet, because a liberal community serves all people. A progressive community is a mixed community by race, by age, by profession, and by income. But if things don't soon change in this company town, it's going to be a gated community perfectly fitted to suit our freeloading neighbors on the east side of the lake. Send Cornell a message. Vote no on this. Sorry.
Hey, Minix.
Hello, Kay Minix, West Hill. 4 things I want to hit on today. First, thank you to the retiring board members for their many years of devoted service to the education of our community's children. I really appreciate their time and their effort. Second, looking ahead to next year's school budget proposal, I hope the board heard the message this year from the people who pay the bills. Public oversight is needed in order to avoid this 12th hour reshuffling that we're living through right now. To that end, I suggest widespread publicity of board budget development meetings with early opportunity for public comment from the people who are paying the bills. Third, I would like to comment on Resolution 11.5, introduced by a board member at the May 28th meeting and tabled for further discussion. The full reading of that resolution can be found at 33553 online. In essence, the resolution calls for a negotiated MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the Ithaca City School District and Cornell University to include an annual donation of $10 million in lieu of property taxes. In my humble opinion, passing this resolution and hiring professionals to work out a successful agreement with Cornell will go a long way to establish good faith in seeking alternate financial solutions and alleviating the growing tax burden on property owners. We've all heard the numbers. Cornell owns almost half of Ithaca City property, and most of that is tax exempt. That means a relatively small base of property owners, private homeowners and landlords alike, have to pick up the lion's share of taxes to run the whole show. It's time to demand a fair share from the billion-dollar corporate university on the Hill. Finally, I want to address the enormous tax revenue loss from New York's individual development agencies, which provide huge local tax breaks to developers and businesses. leaving individual taxpayers holding the bag once again. A recent report states that tax breaks to businesses between 2018 and 2021 cost public schools billions of dollars in tax revenues here in New York State. When developers and new businesses come into Ithaca and negotiate with City Hall for full abatements on property and school taxes for 10 years or more, we are the ones called upon to fill the financial gap. I ask the board and city council to start developing alternative tax streams to meet the growing demands of our community. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Ali Magunbi.
Ali Mugambi, sorry about that. So yeah, I'm here on freestyle a little bit. First and foremost, father of 2 children in this school district, so I am here in support of the revote. I'm asking the community to get behind and support the revote for this budget. And one of the things that I haven't heard here tonight is thinking about the consequences of community members who are not able to be here right now to actually speak to this, who are working 2 jobs, who have children in the school district, who have the ability to have transportation, take them to after-school programs, and knowing that they're going to be safe and traveling, and that they can actually stay at work and make that money to actually keep them safe, provide food and shelter. And so one of the things that, many people here know that, I work on reentry issues. And so when I think about that population and just the impact that people who have been formerly incarcerated will experience when they're at the line, they are struggling day to day to try to make it. They're facing stigma, still trying to make it. If this happens, there's going to be added level of stress on their lives. In my household, we struggle to make it. If this contingency goes through, that means that we have to stop work in the middle of the day. That means losing hours. People who are not as fortunate as us are not and cannot afford to do that. And so think about the collateral consequence of the stress of passing this contingency instead of the revote. We're already at a stress level that is very high in this community. And we're seeing it. I work on State Street, and I'm seeing it left and right with the people's lives who have been impacted. There's going to be more people out there on the street impacted. So we have to build a resilient community. The only way we build a resilient community is supporting each other, keeping our kids in school so they can actually participate in the after-school programs, the sports, being in classrooms that are 16 to 20 versus the 30 that we're going to have to move to. Students being able to access honors and AP courses because classrooms will be allowed to have a smaller classroom, more people having that advantage to advance their life. I used to be a first generation income challenged school prep, college prep counselor. I can tell you firsthand that those families need that. They need this ability to actually allow their kids to go and take advantage of these field trips, sports. So if we don't do this, we're seeing a collateral impact that is going to go far beyond the taxes of our property. I'm a homeowner as well, paying taxes. I've seen those increases coming. We got to scurry to figure out how to make those payments. But our children, as Whitney Houston said, are the future. And that's where we got to invest. And so that's my word. Thank you.
Jim Meehan.
Hi, my name is Jim Mann. I'm a homeowner. I've spoken before, so
I'm back here again. I want to talk about a couple of issues. One is, overall in the whole budgeting process, we've had a lot of lack of transparency. I've been coming to these meetings since April. And, the original budget, which was the highest budget that we ever talked about, we knew nothing about what was going to be in that budget. The most I ever heard was tonight when, the lady explained a little bit more detail about, the current budget that we're going to be voting on. So all we ever hear about are the dire consequences if, the current budget isn't approved. So, back in April, on that original budget, after the homeowners complained, the board discussed cutting the budget by $6 to $9 million. So, but they said if we did that, there would be layoffs. And, with layoffs is it affects morale and everything else. Well, anyway, here we are today voting on this current budget, which is $9 million less than that budget. And it appears like there are no layoffs. I mean, yes, we're not going to hire new teachers or replace retirees, but it's just like, it's hard to believe when we're given all these dire consequences. So the other issue I wanted to talk about was lack of focus on the core mission. I mean, our mission here is to educate students. I mean, I'm not anti-student. I just think how we're going about it is not effective. Why are schools failing? I mean, I hear excuses, but I don't hear any initiatives that are going to be taken to correct that issue. And that's what we should be here for. I mean, not extracurricular activities. Our mission is to educate students, and that's what we're paying for. But buses, I want to talk about buses a little bit. I think we should slow down and rethink the process. The company we've chosen, there's some controversy over whether that's the best company. Yes, we have grant money that would go towards ameliorating, reducing the cost of the buses. But if we choose the wrong bus, it's going to be the wrong decision in the future anyway. So let's just slow down, get some public input, and rethink the process. Our overall problem is, the tax base to support ICSD is too small. We need to do something about increasing support from Cornell. That needs to be done. They're using some archaic formula to compute how much support they pay. Well, it's time to throw out that archaic formula and come up with a new formula. And we need to negotiate that. So, I mean, that's one process. The other I want to talk about is tax abatements.
A closing statement.
Okay. You look at the downtown area, it's exploding. All these, multi-story residential units going in. And supposedly they all have tax abatements. We give lip service to affordable housing. The newest ones going in off of 13 now that, they're talking about don't even have affordable housing associated with them. So why is that the board's issue? Well, the board has influence in the community. They can do something about it. They can, talk to people. We need to do something. Because where we are is, it's putting all the burden on the homeowners is not going to work.
A concluding statement.
I'm going to vote no on proposal 1 and 2. I think we need to run an austerity budget and refocus on our core mission. Thank you.
Patricia Fernandez de Castro.
Good evening. So I started school when I was 4 years old in a very small village in Mexico, in Michoacan, which is one of the poorest states of Mexico. My mother used to make bread, not because she particularly enjoys cooking, but because we had no money to buy bread. I've never left school. I stayed in school to this day. I'm 65 years old, so I've been in school 61 years. As a college student and a graduate student, it was a routine thing for me to choose which of the 3 meals I was going to eat. I managed to get through school, getting scholarships and making sure my grades were good, because I knew if I failed 1 month, I was out, and that was the end of my future. So I know what it is like to be vulnerable and poor. I am sick, I have cancer, I have heart disease, I have bone issues, I'm a widow. I know what it is to be vulnerable. I know what it is not to be able to make your bills. In no community in the universe, in the world, in the known human society, are resources infinite. No matter how lofty the goal, communities must responsibly allocate resources in a sustainable manner, by which I mean in a manner that does not undermine the ability of their paying base to support them. School budgets should not force members of the community to sell and leave, which is what I'm going to do. On my way here, I passed 5, 6 houses on sale. It just seems to have happened just shortly after the school budget and the assessment became public. And I'm definitely one of those people. I'm leaving because I cannot continue to afford to live in this community. And what is that going to do to children? That is going to hurt children. The board is elected by the community, not just to serve as a conduit between the school administration and the community. It also needs to hold the administration responsible, accountable, and transparent. And let me repeat that word, transparent, vis-a-vis the community. The board has not been doing that for years. The current management of the school district already hurts the most vulnerable children of the most vulnerable families. Let's not say it's not the contingency budget that is going to do it. It's what the school management has been doing for years. It is appalling. It is troubling that it is the poorest schools where the poorest families go that are failing. It's not the Cayuga Heights School that's failing. It is the families of privileged children that are doing well.
A closing statement.
Continuing to do what has been done for years is not going to help the community or the children. I do not think voting for this budget will lead to change. Thank you.
Meg Holbert.
Here again. I'm here to speak because I am alarmed by the lack of understanding the community has about what it means for the budget to fail again. I have heard from the community that if they vote the budget down, it will result in effectively voting out particular individuals employed by the district they do not support, or make the district support different ideals. This is a misguided belief that is not supported by facts and incorrectly associates a budget vote with those goals. Voting down the budget won't punish the individuals in the district that they dislike or change the goals or practices of the district. It will harm students, staff, and your own community. Voting down the budget will result in a contingency budget. A contingency budget is not just last year's budget. It is last year's budget beholden to a state mandate. A lot of the cuts that will happen are not by ICSD's choice, but by law. Those mandated cuts will be devastating to our community, and those cuts would mean no after-school programs, many of which accept subsidies for our struggling families. Very limited project innovation summer programming that provides support and childcare for our students over the summer. Longer and larger bus routes means students losing instructional time because they will be coming in late to school. No after-school academic support programs like extended day for our struggling students after school. 43.3 teaching positions to be cut or frozen. Teachers transferred involuntarily from schools. 28 custodians, clerks, bus drivers cut. Losing 8.9 principal positions that support student behaviors. This usually means assistant principals and deans. The already frighteningly low teacher retention rate will drop even more precipitously. Drastic cuts to athletics and fine arts, limited instructional offerings, low enrollment AP sciences, AP classes, sciences and languages will have to be cut. No supply budget, which means that now struggling teachers will have to supply those materials out of their own pockets. No PTA events, very limited clubs and activities to support children's passions, cultures, and potential careers. Excessively large class sizes, and no outside use of buildings by beloved groups like the Boy Scouts or Ithaca Youth Bureau, because state contingency mandate requires that outside group use of buildings must be calculated to reimburse the school for all aspects of building use. That use has to be board approved as well. This makes outside group building use cost prohibitive. Stating what will happen as required by law is not a district design scare tactic. That is the reality that will be created, that you and your neighbors, your and your neighbors' children will have to live in: an overcrowded classroom with little support for student needs, overwhelmed staff, no after-school care or academic support to help our struggling children, and no joyful events from the PTA.
Closing statement.
These children only get to be a kindergartner or sixth grader or senior one time in their life. Our community owes them an experience they will look back on and cherish. Don't let misguided beliefs rob our students of the education and experience that they deserve.
Last person we have on the list is Michael Hayes.
Good evening. I represent, or at least have the same thinking as taxpayers, homeowners, people on fixed income, disabled folks, the overtaxed who are becoming a growing underclass, threatened yearly with the need to move and sell their homes because of uncontrolled spending and pricing or budget increases by the school district. The school district cannot afford to be all things to all ideas. The taxpayers can't afford it. The taxpayers ultimately can veto any group of budgets. I saw a slide from the COO at one of the recent meetings that showed every year more and more revenue coming into the school district. That's an incorrect way to think. The company I used to run did zero budgeting every year. We started every department at zero, and they had to justify what they needed rather than cost plus, which appears to be what's done here. The school board needs to develop a trajectory of cutting costs, administrative costs and everything, being more financially efficient, not expecting a limited tax base to continue to fund every idea that it can think of. The last vote was not ended the mandate that the school board seems to be following of growth, multiple unsuccessful programs and policies. It's time to learn to live within a budget. Tax levy was steady until the 21-22 budget at about 2.7% growth a year. Not since. 14.93 million from 2022 to the present budget office, plus 10.74 million of undisclosed COVID aid that was never made public prior to the recent 8.47% budget or tax levy increase. That's 25.6 million of added taxpayer funds in 4 years, or if you count the COVID money, 37 million in tax levy increase since 2019. There's no measurable successes for all that taxpayer money. 4 of 12 schools are no longer in good standing. There needs to be a return to the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. There needs to be a return to discipline being allowed in teachers' classes. I've talked to teachers who say they can't discipline students anymore. They can't send them to the principal's office. They can't suspend them. And therefore, they don't have the ability to create a learning environment in their class. The superintendent has failed at his primary responsibility by allowing 4 schools to fall into not good standing, 2 of which have been there for potentially 2 years. The superintendent needs to be replaced by the incoming board. The vote that was recently done is a vote for a turnaround plan to get the schools back on track. And that should be the focus of the new board. Thank you. And I am voting no.
I want to thank everybody for coming out to speak. Folks who have been following board meetings for some time know that I've often said that these sorts of forums are not conducive to communication and dialogue. Thus the reason why I encourage folks to reach out to board members directly or as a whole. We have taken notes. If you've watched many folks, there is not an opportunity for board responses at this time. We would encourage you all to continue to stay with us for the next board meeting that will happen, in which there may be some board responses. But given that we have heard from everyone who has signed up, at this point in time, this will end our budget hearing, and we thank you for your participation. Thank you all.